Tony! Oh my god, I forgot the check-in thing. I have a bot that rewards you. Oh my god, I'm so tired. I'm gonna touch your face. Tony, I'm such a bad streamer. I'm a bad streamer. It's me, Sai. How are you? Hope you're doing well, Tony. I miss you. You're not. Ah, choose on you. I'm good, Smace. I'm happy to see you, bro. Tony, let's play Terrors of Nowhere and get eradicated for the first few rounds until we have something good. Oh, there must be something wrong. Do 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 do. You saw my funny sled clip? Holy shit, that happened so long ago, but the full game came out. The full game came out. And I've been meaning to play the full game. Da, 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 da. Hi, Cobalt. How do you always break games? I have the full... Yo, we gotta play. I don't know. It just happens. I feel like I don't even try to. Guys, it's meds time. Take your morning meds if you have. Take your damn meds. Cobalt, what is that emote? Leon! Dragoon! It's the streamer curse. Good times at everyone. I'm legally obligated to shout out V, who's literally having a re-debut today. I helped make his announcement video, but his new model looks juicy. I got to play with his model a little bit making the video, and I'm like, I was so in love with this model. I was like, oh. Dragoon, I'm gonna be completely real. I feel like I slept like ass. I didn't even like wake up through the night. Like, I think I fell asleep at 1. And then I woke up at 7:30, 8 o'clock. But I was still like kind of tired. But I could not get back to sleep. I'm Prague was joking about. Do we like I'm Prague? It is May after all. Prague May. I mean, May turn it. Prague May. Salim. I can't wait, V. Please follow V to check out. It looks good. I think V is playing like Far Far West too. I don't know if he has a crew, but if you have the game, and you're chill. You have to be chill though. If you ain't chill, you're gonna get kicked. May Prague you. Oh! Yeah, just in time for me to go to bed. Yeah, you could listen. We'll have a sweet soft stream today. Knowing me though, I'm gonna yell so fucking loud. No crew yet? Far Far West. Listen, if you're playing still when I play, I could join you for some games. I'll keep my eyes open for when you go live. Oh, right, Jagoon. And the devs are so chill. I actually got reached out to by a dev thanking me for streaming their game because they offered me a code. And I was like, yeah, I'll stream it for you. And they're like, hey, we saw your stream. You streamed the game the other day. And we just wanted to thank you for that. And I'm like, bro, I love when devs are so like personal, you know, like it feels like it's like I'm just talking to another friend, because it just means I'm gonna want to support them more, you know. I don't know, there was something nice about that. Just yeah. Good luck. All right, what are we listening to? Something sad? Sound for lonely people? Oh, of course that's sad. GG's. But where's what is this? Oh, I think I found a furry musician. I'll look at them later. I just want to play something a little bit that's not gonna help me get comfy and sleepy, you know? Missing pigs, stop. I can tell. So it doesn't tell me in OBS who added the stuff. But I can just guess. No, it's not mixtape. I wish. I'm gonna get mixtape when I get paid, probably. I'm gonna be playing Pragmata, actually. A good friend of mine bought it for me, so. Math, what is that emote? Happy Lizard, thank you so much. Okay, good morning, guys. I think I'm alive. Can we switch screens? Oh, I'm so big. I didn't expect that. But hey, I'm so big. It's probably because I don't remember being. Bro, we do. There's so many games to play. Let's sell our souls to an MMO and never leave our bedrooms again. Ghost to you. You're so funny, Ghosty. You're so hilarious. You should consider being a comedian if like your current life. Not the I'm sorry. I'm an MMO addict. I can't quit. Nothing but MMO collabs. I'm like, oh. Well, right now I'm really into RuneScape right now. I'm super into RuneScape. Chrono, be nice to me. Okay. I love seeing those emotes so much. It's real. Wait, is there actually a Build-A-Bong Lego? Oh, it's AI, never mind. There was like a Lego Build-A-Bong thing, and I don't know why I really thought that it was a thing. But... Oh, we have a video to watch today. Guys. Oh, Keys, I want to build you up like oh my god, a giant dragon. Bro, Maple Story Classic, though. Oh my god, Maple Story Classic is gonna be the best. I'm gonna love the grind. I'm gonna hate and love it at the same time because I'm gonna be reminiscent of the grind, but I'm also gonna be like, oh my god. Actually would be concerned if you're, oh my god, that's so funny. Zanato, you love Giant Hope. Dude, they're coming out with classic servers soon, Miss Mason. None of that crazy other bullshit. It's straight up how MapleStory was meant to be, you know? You. But guys, as you may know, it's okay if you don't know. But as you may know, Subnautica 2 comes out this week. This coming week. It comes out on the Thursday. It's early access. It's early access. Yes. Yes. So here's the thing about this game, from what I've heard. I trinket hostage. Oh my god. Nova, hi. It's good to see you, Nova. Right? Okay, we're gonna watch. They have a trailer video. I'll tell you guys right now, as I'm like zooming out and adjusting. So there, I don't know how to proper explain the history, but there's a company that was going to be doing Subnautica 2, but they were gonna use like AI in it, like Gen AI into it. But the original devs didn't want that. So they had this whole legal battle thing, and it ends up turning that the original devs got, I think, their rights back or some shit like that. But basically, they're banking on it's if their version of the game or whatever gets the most support. So if Subnautica 2 early access goes really well for the original devs, they don't have to sell it, or they won't have to sell it or give it back to the devs who want to use AI. So the original devs don't want to use Gen AI. The new devs do want to. But if early access goes well, then the original devs has power to choose for there to be no AI in the game. Yeah, exactly. Life? Oh, wrong. Neku, thank you for the lurk. I love you. I gotta always lurk in Neku's stream. I always gotta check if Neku is streaming. Just to help him with numbers. That and I have a gigantic cry. No, I'm just... Wolfen, hi! Wolfen! Wolfen, I've been waiting so long for you to get here. It's funny. It's funny how they say they'll be back, but they never come back. Mr. Wolfendiety. I'll never play the first one. I never played, but hey, let's fight AI. Bow! Who don't you have a crush on? I stole that from Attic. I told Cassie all the time. It's become a vocal stim from Attic to me now. Like, it's just like a don't tell this person, but when they're... I never... Bow, bow, bow. That is true, Smace. That is true. Wait, Leon, you never played the first game? I'm gonna crash out. The first game is beautiful. The first game changed my brain chemistry a little bit. I'm whale. Okay, so first on order of the business, let's check out oh, ew, I burped. I'm so sorry if that came through the mic. Attic, I'm just about to watch the early access gameplay trailer. You might not want to see, you might want to plug your ears and close your eyes for like 2 minutes. Do you want me to watch it with you? Oh. Puts it up like this. Or should I go ahead and blind? I prefer your comfort. I wouldn't mind you seeing it. I'm a bottom, so you decide. Ooh. Ah, shit. Landsmith, what is it? No spookies. Which should Attic watch the trailer? Guys, Attic is a fan. Why the screams? Attic is a fan of not watching trailers because she likes going in completely blind into video games. Should she watch the trailer? Or that is true. With the requirements. Oh no, that's a no, just bored. Lance, I love you. Don't worry. What's the it's Subnautica 2. This is the game that we have to hope gets good support and is really good so it doesn't go to like another corporation to be used for like AI and shit. I'm alert. Okay, come back when I play a game though or something and say hi or something. Follow Attic, she's my best friend. You'll see her. We're gonna be on stream together on Thursday, so we're gonna have a little new Thursday segment with Attic, and we're gonna be playing Subnautica 2 together until I guess until we're done the early access. So if you want to see more of Subnautica 2, tune in to either of our streams. We'll be doing that for a little bit. It's yeah, so this is co-op. By the way, Subnautica 2 is co-op, so I didn't even realize it was 4 players. We're just going in as us two. We'll just go in as us two, but who knows? Attic, if it's really good, I might be down to play like another like start a new file and play with more people like with you if you want. I think you said Pank might be interested. You have to, Wolfen. I promise there comes a point for any of y'all around for the Void Trade streams, it'll be that again for, oh my god, that's such a far away callback. Oh, that's true, Dragoon. Shit, I want to play Subnautica 1, guys, again. I want to play Subnautica 1. Wolfen, there comes a point you have to play it slow. Like, if you did like me, it took me 3 times. This multiplayer, it is. Why don't we play that? Because last I checked, it was broken. But Wolfen, I hung around the first little area for a little bit, slowly getting used, and I got scared a little bit. But I promise there comes a point in Subnautica where your fear of the deep water kind of breaks a little bit because you're more interested or wanting to know more about the story than your fear of water. Yeah, you'll be a little bit antsy or a little bit like scared, but you're like, there's something in you that just fucking cracks. Hope I know only what that the dev said. What did they say? Oh, the James Bond? No vehicle is returned. So it's all new vehicles. Oh my god, Okies, yes, so no prawn suit, no side. That's insane. Yeah, that's how I felt like. Well, I got locked into the story too. The more I found, no spoilers, but the more I found certain things and in the game, and the more I found like areas I knew I was kind of safe in, then wait, you're sad? Well, we'll see. Okay. Also, the devs from James Bond needs to text me and give me a code. They're in who do I know who lives in Denmark? If you're in Denmark, get me a code from the devs. I'll show up to their facility if I have to. All right, let's watch this trailer, guys. Let's watch this trailer. Attic, I'm gonna press play in like 10 seconds so you have a chance to get like hide. 1, 2, 3. Oh my god, Dragoon, definitely play it. Please play it. You'll fall in love with it. Smooches, mwah. Behave. 8, 9, and 10, friends. I'm gonna hit. Darkness is in charge. Dragoon, you're in charge. All All right, I'm pressing play. I'm pressing play, guys.
I'm Noah.
Oh, is that loud? Let me know if it's too loud.
I'm Noah. My job is your life. Find a convenient way to die.
What? W volume.
For the sake of all our sleeping friends, we have to learn how to survive. Good luck. No one wants to
Yo,
talk
new
about how we got
tool.
here.
That's a new tool. Oh, instead of the knife, we get it. Okay.
A beautiful place to die over and over again.
That's a new tool. That's also a new tool. What is that? Oh, it's like an...
We set up a lab here with a few basic biomods. They're safe. But if you start to hear voices, or if you get the urge to swim to the tree, don't go. Forget.
So we're all going to that tree, right? When we start hearing voices, they tell us to go
We set up a lab here with a few basic
Did you
biomods.
hear
They're
that?
safe. But if you start to hear voices, or if you get the urge to swim to the tree, don't go. Forget your
What's
death.
at that tree?
Forget Noah, forget Altera, forget the life you imagined. It's all gone now.
Whoa! Oh my god, that's gonna be our speed thing together.
Forget Noah, forget Altera, forget the life you imagined. It's all gone now. You're going to
Oh
die
my
here,
god!
and that's all right.
You're gonna die here and that's all.
Pick the most interesting thing you can see and explore.
The eyes?
Wouldn't that set you free? And I know where this mission will end. You'll
Bro,
join
I
us
got
soon enough.
goosebumps. Wait, what they said?
You'll join us soon enough.
Will join us soon. Bro, I got fucking goosebumps, dude. V, we have to get it. ISO, we have to. Tyler. Oh my god, get comfy. Early access, guys, May 14th. Oh my god. Bro, this is going on the wish list, right? Guys, we're swimming on the tree to the tree day one. We're swimming to the tree day one. It doesn't look like you need that much knowledge of the first or second games. Some of the fish are returning. I think this one's returning. Oh, that was behind my head, I think. But Death Star High, the new repo. Wait, this actually looks fun to play multiplayer, guys. Wait, this actually looks really good. New world, new problems. No, you're okay, Death Star. Oh my god, May 4th. Okay, I can't wait to play this with Attic. I think it might just be us two. As you know, I'm shy and warming myself to collabs. But that looks so good. Doge! Subnautica 2, Doge. I hear early, yes. No, but I feel like the multiplayer has to give them a little bit of bravery. If I like the game, if I start liking the game a lot, maybe I'll do like a maybe I can open it up for more people, ISO. I'll decide. I'll decide how much I like it or how much I'm like vibing with it, because we'll see how it works. We'll see how it works on Thursday. Because I'm wondering, like, I'm sure I'm gonna play new updates with Attic, but I'm wondering if we'll either open it up or maybe even have like another day where we'll just all game together on Subnautica. We'll try to see. Wait, Dragoon's right though. Like, let's maybe somebody will come out with a multiplayer mod that actually expands over 4 players. Oh my god, I can't wait. That's this Thursday, guys. This Thursday. See you there. Hey Dragoon, invite me to your stream when you play sledding game, okay? Thank you. Wish I could play. What? Why can't you play? Do I need to go gamble real life money so I could win enough, win the money and buy you a copy? What's that? I'm not generally available when you're playing. That's fair. That's fair. Go get. I need that game, Smace. I'm here late, girl. True, true. This.
I'm making a game about sledding and hanging out.
Who's Gurkies? Gurkies, hi, fraud. Well, you got to play this other thing. Look, overwhelmingly positive Dragoon and everything. Get the cheese to sickbay. What were you? Star Trek Voyager. That's the that's not the MMO, is it? That's the new Star Trek game, right? Star Trek. Oh yeah, that is the new across. How are you liking it? Are you enjoying it? Yeah, that's like FTL.
I'm making a game about sledding and hanging out with friends.
Look, Gurkies, do you like sledding, friends? Thank you so much. Yeah, it's
sled.
You do random stuff. It's like a open world, but also obviously the world has its limits. But it's like a sandbox game, and you get points, and you can unlock things. But it's just like a hangout game with your friends. Remember, like the fishing game with your friends? Lizard. It's kind of just like that. Friends, check out Gurkies. He's a really comfy streamer and funny and chill.
Or fishing.
He's furry adjacent too.
You can also just kind of hang around if you want. There's also some cool customization stuff. It helps with the cool.
That's fishing, that web fishing, yeah. Gurkies, thank you so much for the raid. Friends, if you're just meeting me, my name is Hope. I'm your #1 Dragon Mom on the internet.
See you on the slopes real soon, people. Real soon. I'm making this game about sledding and hanging out with friends.
And then you sled. You sled. You could do races too. There's like a giant yeti somewhere that'll slap you if you invade his like area. You could play darts. You could roast marshmallows. It's just a cozy game. Oh, Gurkies, we need you to have a furry. Voyager is my favorite Star Trek. I don't know anything about Star Trek. I got to learn when I had a Star Trek sponsorship. I got to learn. But yeah, that was the
I'm making a game about sledding and hanging
just
out
see
with
if for a day, 30 USD. I'll support it. I'll do it. Or unless the Subnautica 2 devs reach out to me. Wait, what if I reach out to them? Hold on. Subnautica 2. Unknown Worlds Entertainment. Is that who I have to contact to get a key? Abuse your popularity. Oh yeah, and even better than a Switch 2 that's gonna be rising up in costs, Dragoon. I wonder if I can abuse my slight popularity. No, I'm joking. Unknown Worlds Subnautica 2. I don't think they are though. I've never actually seen I've never actually seen them give out games. 145 straight, that's like 2 weeks. Chaos, no chaos. Only love. Only love. There's gonna be Twitch drops, I think. There's gonna be Twitch drops. That's so dope. Okay, you're right. That is true. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait. All right, all right, all right. Guys, we have a game to play.
I'm gonna break my monitor, man. I swear.
I
Also
swear.
punches you, and hits the gritty on you.
Gapes you. So stunning. Oh my god. And then we can play with Doge. It's like voice, it's proximity chat too, I think, as well. Farm to Table is a slow management game. Oh, wait, I was looking at this. Wait, sorry, I decided to check my emails, guys, and I got, speaking of using my popularity, I'm joking. It was a game I was eyeballing. I see you. Oh my god, thank you for continuing your sub. Early access. Guys, when's May 9th? When is May 9th? Howdy, Minnie. How are you today? Oh, shit. See you. Thank you so much, sweetheart. I love you. Mwah. I could barely hear it. I could try to fuck with the volume. I would need to, like, use it myself. Apparently it's today. Wait, please have no AI. Please have no AI. Please have no AI. It's sorry, I just got invited to this game. It's an indie dev. It's called Farm to Table. It's literally a game where you, like, farm your shit. Like farm your stuff or whatever. The surface bits are Oh, and Subnautica 2, it was kind of like, ugh. I need the Magic Cat game. Please, no AI. Please, no AI. Yes, but yeah, you just make your, like, produce and everything, and or fish, and then you cook it and serve people. Wait, and I got invited to the early access came out today, and they just sent me a key saying, "Hey, do you mind playing our game?" Yeah. Okay, but I'm gonna play Pragmata though today. Solar Punk is gonna be dope. I almost forgot about Solar Punk. You'd be surprised, Gurkies, how much it, like, just reach out. And just reach out to people. Just sign yourself up to Keymailer, Lurkit, and Daredrop. And then look for indie dev games as well too. Look for games that are, like, by indie developers, and either check their socials to see if they're giving out keys, or if not, be like, "Hi, my name is, like, I'm the Gurky Man on twitch.tv. Here's, like, my stream if you want to check it out. I have this many followers. This is my concurrent viewer stuff. I was wondering if you have any review copies available, because I would really like to showcase your game on my stream. I like to focus my streams on indie games or horror, like obviously do the business talk, and then boom, Bob's your uncle, as they say. Reach a 5-star restaurant. Yo, W. Okay, that's fair. Mind if I ask you, what is your favorite flavor of Mini C? Absolutely. Ash, hi, sweetheart. How are you? Mini, my favorite flavor of ice cream. I really like. So it's funny. I think my flavor of ice cream has been changing a little bit more to, like, a peanut butter and brownie esque type of flavor. So if you could find, like, a chocolate and peanut butter flavored ice cream, I would sit there and eat till I shit myself. But if you're a fan of Baskin Robbins, guys, I'm gonna boot up Pragmata while I talk. Their gold medal ribbon. Their gold medal ribbon. Hey, who's played Pragmata before? Is it better on controller or keyboard? Or is it, like, it doesn't matter? Kalani controller? Do you think so? Ben and Jerry's? Really? I don't really get Ben and Jerry's though. Oh, I think I do. They have stepped up their game, to be fair, Gurkies. I just usually go to Baskin Robbins because I like going to the people and asking them to make a hi Lucky, I love you. I like going to the people and going, hey, can you make my gold medal ribbon as a milkshake? And it makes me happy. Clan, hello. Okay, you guys say controller. Shit, should I use a controller for this? Shit, maybe I should. Maybe I should, guys. But what if it's like Resident Evil, where like keyboard and mouse is like so much better? Because if it's like Resident Evil, I'm gonna shit on them on the Have a good day, Minnie, you too. Usually I like to follow their instructions though. Do you think I failed the ice cream test, guys? I hope I didn't. I wish Minnie would tell me their favorite. There's a new mode? Shut up. When? Did it just release? Leon Must Die Forever? A minigame? What are you doing in? Switch if you need to. I did plug in my controller. Oh, it's compiling shaders, so I'm gonna be more choppy than I don't know. It's a roguelike. Oh, I love roguelikes. Capcom? It's the RE engine? Wait, this game uses the RE engine? Wait, guys, I might common Capcom W, right? Wait, if it uses, I might actually, wait, guys, I'm gonna be real. I might try the keyboard. I might try the keyboard if it uses the RE engine. Wait, what's our voice language? I'm joking. I hear the Japanese one is good. Yeah, Capcom has been actually good. Just to the limit, it's just barely visible. You did it for me. Oh, fuck. I hope I don't need to plug in the controller. Please enter your age. Do you think it'll let me play if I tell them I'm 3 years old? But it cannot be changed later? Okay, wait, no, I'm scared. I'm gonna... Yeah, why is that? Oh my god. Wait, am I 30? Wait, how old am I? Guys? Am I 34? Wait, how old am I? I I was born 1992 February 26th. Am I shut the fuck up? Am I already 34? I'm fucking 34? Guys, I don't think I'm okay. You're 67? I'm 34. Oh. I don't want to stream anymore, guys. See you. Maxwell, hi. My god, I'm gonna have a midlife crisis. Thank you, Alice. That makes me feel better. No, you can't get any of that. Oh my god. I'm not saying shit, but yes, Attic. Yes. Oh my god, it was. Everyone in the chat was like, so I'm getting this. Attic, I was just reminded I'm 34 years old. Younger than I said. I'm gonna hop off since I miss you, Smace! Grabs you by your face and crushes you until you obliterate like a Digimon. Damn, you're old. Damn! Okay, Pose, wait, I shouldn't even cry. W Pose, I'm sorry for complaining. Pose is like, this bitch complaining she 34. Obliterate me next. With pleasure. Okay, guys, story drop. Rain, do you promise?
This is research vessel Eurotas. Edis, do you copy? Over.
Aw, Rain, you charmer, you.
Lizard.
You're just asking.
Lizard.
You're this close, and I'm gonna buy you a milkshake, Rain, and we can sip it together.
You got it. Just hold on to your
I
boat.
fucking spat out. I spat out like, oh my god, it's everywhere. It's everywhere. Hope I still fuck you, so you're good.
Starting LSTV check.
Oh shit. Like, can come. Yes, Rain, you're so sweet and polite. Oh my god.
Down and green.
Guys, I gotta focus on the story. What's the story? Thrusters and brakes. We're on the moon.
We're clear for landing.
I think they're in space. Unit 15. Akihito Nakama Yuto Nakagawa.
I can't believe they can just print something that big.
You could oh, it's a 3D printer, guys.
That's Luna Filament.
It's the Metal Gear.
Applications are practical.
Luna Filament?
You can create almost anything as long as you have a blueprint. It'd be nice if they could whip up someone to answer our call.
Apparently.
We flew all the way out.
Dude, we'd be so far into the future if we all just got along. We would be printing this shit right now, 10 years ago. If we all worked together and had like super tech companies like caring and shit. Whoa, that ship is so funny looking.
Listen up. Batteries on, everyone. And don't forget to sink in.
You have to sink in. Whoa.
Comms check. We good?
Yep, no problems. Loud and clear. Channels online.
Okay. Let's move out.
Panini press, look at it does kind of look like you eat the rich, they taste like watermelon. Yum.
Everything all right?
The heck? Grav sinks aren't working.
It's ah.
Ken, come on.
I love how like
Just
chip shaming.
Where's our welcome party? I can't believe I missed my daughter's birthday for this. You got kids? Sounds rough.
You got kids? R.I.P.
Nah, I wouldn't trade it for a thing.
Okay, let me feel what the game plays like. Let me feel what the foreshadowing. Yeah, we got foreshadowing. Oh my god.
Welcome to the crater. Initiating environmental optimization sequence. Please stand by.
What if it just kills us? I'm winning. I think so, Roxy. I just started. Hi, Roxy. Squishes your face, crushes your face, eats your face. Mega! How? What if she's so cool to Wolfen? Mega! Hi, Lovey! Oh my god, thank you for the raid. Off I go. Good luck. I miss you, V. I'll see you. I'll see you for when you play Far Far West or whatever. Sanosu! Sanosu, what is that emote? A bumpy ride? Wait, is that squishy car game? Or the cars like can squish or some shit? Am I thinking of the right one? No worries, V. Scales, thank you so much. I love you. I meant to say hi to you. The train game. Wait. The train game. A bumpy Francesco Mega. Longtime friend of mine, W Bean. I typed in Mega G Wolf in stream, like in Steam, sorry, like I was trying to find the game. A bumpy ride? Wait, I don't think I know this game. Did you play this because you're British? A cozy train driving an exploration game? It's a person looking around the wall? Why does it look like you IRL, Sanosu? No, I'm joking. I love you, Mega. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Guys, it's like a look at that. I don't know what you call these graphics, but it feels funny to the eyes, like in a good way. Wait, you have this, Attic? Of course, the other British person in my chat wanting to play. Your mom is funny on the eyes. Oh, it's like clearing out the things. Oh, that's kind of cute. Okay, no hate, but this looks kind of cute. What do? Do you just drive? Wait, are you a furry? Are you a furry in this? Oh, W reviews. The aisle with the... Wait, these look cute. I like trains too. I think trains are cool. I want to ride on one. You know, fun fact about me, I never really rode on a train before. I'd love to get like one of those like crazy cool like I'd like to get like a sleeper cart or like a comfy one in Japan. Tism Detective, you like trains? That's how you know you're at least on the spectrum. I'm joking. What does this mean? What does this mean? Calm down, Sheldon. Let's go to Japan. Oh my god. Ew, motion blur? Sorry, guys. Wait, anyone else remember the old commercial for the train videos and magazines you could order? Wait, I don't think I remember that. Which ones do you, how do you ever know which ones to select? Hi, Rinse, how are you? Did I do something bad? $19.95. I love it. Lots and lots of trains. Oh my gosh. Maglev chain. I hope I sent it to you. I have to check it.
Man, these people.
You sent me the commercial? Guys, I have to find out. I'm trying to balance quality. You remember the fun out of it? Hell yeah. How do you like change this? The title menu? Oh, ew. Guys, sorry, I have to go to the title menu really quickly. Autism didn't used to exist. Train DVDs. Oh, this is pretty. I haven't even met the girl yet. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Her sister was a witch, right? I don't really need hair quality, do I? Oh, that says hair quality. I thought that was like high quality, and I was like... No, take me with you, zombie. Let's go. And I like planes. Planes are cool. I was started going up a lot. Am I gonna fall in love? Am I gonna fall in love with this game? Is this gonna bring out my mother instincts? Rockstar Foxy, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. W smooth. All right, let's go. Da 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 da.
Sure love printing.
They all love printing.
Not gonna lie, kinda digging the view from here too.
This is your first time to the cradle, right?
Yo,
Show us.
check out that big rig. Can it really make anything?
Talking about that 3D printer? Sorry, not my thing. Hey, Nikki.
Wait, do you think you can make a cheeseburger?
Homework.
I'll leave the studying to you, Ken. I'm going on ahead.
Oh my god, I would love a cheeseburger.
It's called a limb replicator.
Do you think we could ever make it to a time where we could print food, 3D print food and eat it?
Time to test out your thrusters.
Five Guys by CD. Oh my god, 2 for 1. Are you close to me, Roxy? Let's go for 2 for 1.
Cargo to get up here.
No stairs? Really?
Instructions.
Is that 10 guys? You don't see Campbell soup? Wait, is Campbell soup what? Are they 3D printing soup? Yeah. Laugh at right. Near the future. Aww.
You. Over here.
Yes, sir.
The chicken is allegedly printed. So does it not have... Wait, does it have like proteins at least? 10 whole guys in you. Roxy, I meant... Oh my god, I want the burger. I don't want 10 guys in me. They can all wait their turn. The burger comes first. Jeez. This is all hearsay.
Nice.
Not exactly a popular hangout, is it?
Bit out of my price range. Only just a little bit though, zombie. 10 guys in me. It's a 2-for-1 special at 5 guys. Silent. You two could have 10 guys in you.
Trouble doing here.
Not all at the same time. Oh, Xylem, for you, all at the same. I haven't had 5 guys in a. The burger, right? What are we talking about now? Is it the burger, or are we talking about? That's Quitter to Finlay. How are you doing, sweetie?
I don't know what this is, but it's kind of hot.
I think it's a robot, Roxy.
Please state your request.
Clear us the path and then take us to the data center.
As you wish.
Sheesh. What went down here?
What's the matter with a cheeseburger on the screen?
Rumor is we're
And then you got an AI robot.
Earth soon anyway. Just leave everything up to AI.
Yeah, and then they send us when the thing needs fixing.
It's like I always say. You can't trust a bot.
I don't know. Kind of like this one.
Yeah, this one looks chill. This seems like a. He's a real one.
Yeah, something's off.
Delphi didn't go and fire everyone, did they?
My God, zombie. You know, was the Grimace Shake any good? Did anybody actually try the Grimace Shake?
Seismic activity detected.
That neck though, right? What's a catio? Oh shit. Oh shit. So you know it's Pose. Oh, that's a zombie. Oh shit. Look at somebody tried the gimmick and the true. Ow. The poor robot. Yeah, boink. It's a frame with chicken wire that connects to your side so your cats can go outside without being in danger.
Warning. Suit integrity compromised. First aid protocol is offline.
And your kids can play safe outside? Oh, I love her. Oh my God, she's about to execute me. She's about to double tap me, bro. Bro, I never saw that movie, Roxy, but I want to. She's got a gun, right? I want to though. Now I'm gonna just think about Megan.
Suit integrity stabilizing. Suit integrity restored. Biomedical diagnostics online. Administering cellular.
Finlay, I love it. Dude, that plasma cutter Doge was OP. I severely underestimated the plasma cutter.
Subject. Williams.
fuck she slapped me for, dude?
There you are. All better.
Yeah, that's how when it's Christmas and your kids wake you up.
You patched me up.
True, zombie.
Can't believe someone brought that kid out here. Hey,
Hello, this is Edith, your autonomous base administrator.
Okay, hi, Edith.
Guest identified. Walker, please remove him from the premises.
No, he was just our friend, though. He was just our.
watch out. There's something right here. Help!
I have a gun. Use your weapon, primary unit. Aim, fire. You're right, it just became dead space.
Hey, get behind me. Move. Hey, you need to.
I think I can help. Bypassing first and second firewall, hooking control protocols. Analyzing, converting the interrupt matrix.
Whoa!
Initiating hack.
Damn, she just hacked him in real time. Reach the green EXE node to hack targets. Move the cursor across the hacking matrix and connect it to the EXE node. Aim. Oh shit, should I play this on controller? What is that? Well, I can use my side button mouse to move. She's a netrunner. Hold on. I need to just jack this down slightly.
There's no time to explain. Shoot now!
Hey, what did you just do?
I hacked it.
What?
That's so dope.
You're not human? Tell me what's going on here.
I'm D.I.
Forget it. This can wait. We got bigger problems. Captain? Are you okay?
Contact Earth. Oh.
Captain? Captain! Damn it! Contact Earth? How am I supposed to do that?
That's cool. I like this.
It's locked.
I can open it.
What, you can? Bro, that's sick.
Suit integrity compromised. Maintenance
Hold Q to recover.
required. For your safety, access is restricted. Please utilize a repair cartridge.
Yeah, how can you hit? You're hurting this. Oh my god, Silent, that'd be crazy. That'd be sad. Her dad was a Swiss Army knife is insane. Seen such red chobits? No, I haven't.
Aftershocks.
What is that?
Place to last.
I see the tram. That could be our way out.
Oh my god, I meant to tell you guys beforehand. That brings back. Gee. No, wait, what? I need to see this. Oh. Well, now you got all of us thinking about it.
Are you hacking again?
That's right.
You're not gonna get us in trouble, are you?
No,
My ex in college was obsessed with it. Wait, I need to see it. Is it wild? Persicoms. Is it a good watch?
Everything low not out. Why? Not sure I can really count on it.
Can't get by with just your gun, right?
Control to dodge, space to jump.
There's another one. Let me handle it.
Can't believe I'm getting carried by a little bot kid.
Okay, you better stay up there, and I'll get us to
She has a reset button in her coochie. What? It's a 90s classic. Why is it in her coochie? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Shin Fox, you came in. You needed to come in like 5 minutes ago, or just completely after this conversation happened. Was that a Chobits? Oh my god, everybody knows Chojips except for me. No, we're talking about something else. It's kind of born sexy cute yesterday. Oh my god. Poor Wolfen almost just got canceled in like a fucking like 5 seconds.
What's that?
Guys, I found a VR game that I found my new addiction in VR. And yes, if you thought it was the crate game, then you're right. I like opening the crates. But
How am I supposed to get back to my ship?
But if you like Terrors of Nowhere, there's something called, oh, it's something Arena. Something Arena. Oh shit. But if you're looking for it, go into the game section. It has a blue picture on the front. It's like Terrors of Nowhere, but like you choose like a class, like a tank, attacker, or healer, and you equip yourself with skills, and it's like an RPG-esque roguelike. It's kind of fun. It's exactly like Terrors of Nowhere, except you could fight back, kind of thing. Shin, what are you doing? Guys, follow Shin. He's a W artist. His comms may be open right now. You should consider getting a commission from him. He's is W streamer, W artist, W person.
I am DI-03367, a state-of-the-art Pragmata created here at the Cradle. I possess basic life.
I do remember card
Okay, that's enough.
captor Sakura. Yes.
All right, next question.
Da 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 da.
Here, and why are these things trying to kill us?
Once that magic book was opened, the power was set free. Card captor, a mystic adventure. Thank you so much for 26 months. No, you have her.
Hey,
I am DI-03367, a state-of-the-art Pragmata
hang on a second. Don't you have a name or something?
I said I am DI-0...
Okay. Look, how about we call you Diana?
Diana?
Yeah. From now on, you can be Diana. How's that fit?
Diana.
I'm Hugh. I don't do babysitting, but I'm gonna need your help, and,
Hugh. Diana.
yeah.
Hugh. Diana. Hugh. Diana. Hugh. Diana. Hugh. Diana. Hugh. Diana. Hugh. Diana.
Diana?
Diana.
Oh. Guys, I want kids. Chobits is by the same group, Clamp, all-female production house of Megan. Interesting. Oh shit. Memory unlocked. Yes, Sonata, you guys hear that dad who lost his daughter then played the game and said it was therapeutic? Oh my god, Finlay, I need to see that game. Or I need to see his playthrough. Lionheart, thank you for the check-in. Running real kids are more annoying. This is maybe. So she transforms into a robot death machine. Like 3 months old, and then you can tell. Zombie, I'll put my 3-month-old on the microphone and then you can tell me you want kids. Real Doge!
Automatic repair. That's convenient.
License level 0.
Yo, I want to shit on more things. Let me actually fight more. I'm ready to do like more hacking and like destroying things. You, Freak Bun Rain, me, Hope, Dreams. Don't shit, not well, my 10-year-old is bouncing off the walls on the background. How does she know so much? Yo, she speaks binary. I don't know, Rinsei sobs. Robin.
Look at this. The tram line leading to the solar power.
Yeah, I get it. There's sometimes you're like they're just a kid.
What do you think?
Other times, you know.
Hey. Diana.
She has the internet.
Diana?
She's a computer. But I mean, isn't she just a kid? Oh, I guess she's an AI.
You think we can get here in one piece?
Me immediately just like already going back to that she's like some 6-year-old kid or whatever, and I'm just.
But I have an idea.
Oh.
Really?
Yeah, we'll go, and if you don't get hurt, that
The
means
zombie.
let's go.
Sounds like a plan.
Oh, my heart. I'm gonna cry already. Hi, Maris. Oh my god, stretch my cheeks. Thank you, Blue. I'm calling him human. Oh my god, true. I don't have the patience to deal with it. That's totally fair, Xylem. The way my brother described kids was like, if you want kids, that means you're bored of life. Like, you're EMP them if they get thank you, Spurs. Would you EMP your child?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that would have some effect.
I'm back home.
Guys, do we have EMP grenades IRL?
Let's talk a bunch while we have the chance.
So, Edis is the main AI that oversees.
I don't know either.
Edis only manages the bots, but those bots are pretty much everywhere.
I don't know, zombie. I don't know how you live, bro.
Who the hell thought that was a good idea?
Oh my god, you're right, Roxy.
Hugh, why did you come to the moon?
Work. I got bills to pay.
Well, that's the thing. Because the moment you have kids, you kind of have the dedication
Signal interference or something.
to them to make sure they don't fucking die.
Space storms mess with signals all the time. So your guess was pretty good.
Eat us these
Trying
nuts.
to make me feel better. I appreciate it.
Fact enough to, yeah. Portable grenades. Okay. What do I do? So is this my like base where I just no data? New abilities. What are these attachments? But they're not red. I does see it is see. Oh, it's a 3D printer. Use upgrade components to enhance use primary unit or so. I actually saw Shin Fox. Shin, you were playing this game, right? Actually, no, they don't exist. So that's okay. What's here? What is this? Why do I have this suit? Do you guys have this suit? Yo! W.
How do I look?
Hey, not bad at all.
Bro. Shit, look at me. Oh, yeah, all right. What if that he's the kind of kid you can't look away from for a second, else then you turn back to this and he's gone in a distant, you hear thunk followed by a wow. Oh no, I would hate that. Built like a tank. She just became a hit girl. Oh my god, stop. You're aging me, Roxy. I feel so old this stream. Hit girl from Kick-Ass. You know what though? One of my favorite scenes, I know he partially gets his ass kicked, but the main dude, Kick-Ass or whatever, when he stopped, man, I forgot the scene. It's when he first gets a video of himself, because he gets out of the hospital and he has like, you know, those metal like platings or whatever, and he picks a fight. There's these two people harassing, it's a gang harassing one guy. I can't remember if they're in a park or a parking lot, but there's somebody, there's like a diner or a gas station or something nearby, and they hold their phones. Whatever that fight scene was, whatever, when he figures out he might do shit. Yeah, okay, you remember, Roxy. That's one of my favorite scenes in all movies, because that's it's where a superhero is like born, but he's not like, he's still him, you know, like he's still like, you can like, because obviously he's getting like his shit kicked in too. What else do I do? Do I just talk to her?
Seems pretty. Yeah.
And like, and then one day,
Whoa.
I'm not some AI bot. I'm a state.
Took his lumps, right? At 5, my kid lit the bed on fire? I don't buy me. Bro, that's terrifying.
Oh, there it is.
What?
Look at all the suits here. They look just like yours.
Okay then. Guess we should.
Oh, I can leave. Lionheart W. I liked that. And then, of course, watching Hit Girl when they go into the apartment or whatever, and have that whole fight scene. Man, I actually like that. I didn't see the second movie. Though. Ride tram to solar plant. Yeah. Speaking of old superhero movies, do you guys remember what was it? Was it called Sky High? Or there was that superhero high school, I think, that the kids went to, but it was like these people got placed in like, you got either sorted as a sidekick or a hero. This guy, okay, we need a popcorn pal. We do, Roxy, at this rate, we do. You love, I forgot a little bit, but I remember enjoying it when I first saw it. Like, I went to the theaters to see it. Oh yeah, it needed to be ran better. Absolutely. The guy who plays One Piece is the only guy that, oh no way. What about Zoom? Oh shit, I don't think I saw Zoom. Generating on the top, warning severe tremor. Okay, so I have to restore the thing on the power. Is this openable? I don't... Tim Allen? Oh my god. My kid has speech delays, so he's struggling putting sentences together and telling us what he needs, so I missed out on what he's thinking about talking to him. I know Diana's a video game character today, but a lot of kids his age can hold a comment or say what they're thinking. I can understand that. Just compare your kid to me, Finlay. when I smoke weed because I'll want to like say stuff and stuff, but like I'll be like, give me a second to form a sentence. Analyzes the importance. Oh, scan. Hope you do that sober. What do you? Okay, maybe that's right. True. Oh my god, right? That would be so real, Roxy. I honestly think, okay, we're gonna get like, I didn't plan to deep talk, but I honestly think everything that has led to us needing or wanting things as a society almost instantaneously has ruined patience. Like texting, for instance. I came from a day and age where there was no texting. You fucking emailed somebody and it was normal if you got a reply in a couple of days, you know? That was normal. And then it came to texting, then it came to ordering stuff. Then it came to ordering stuff and getting it on the same day and stuff like that. It's crazy how like it's all this tech stuff. And I think just naturally it's like tweaked our brains to expecting a lot of things to be instant. Month 3 later, yeah, delayed gratification, yeah. And it's my issue, but conversations are up because I often figure out what you're going to say, and my soul is screaming, respond. Oh no, I can get that. I think that's something I gotta learn too, because sometimes I'll, in my head, oh, I've gotten better, but I used to like, ouch. I think I used to be the same as Zombie. But I would like audibly like try to finish their sentence, and I'm obviously not that anymore. Oh, I forgot the buttons. You mean edging? Oh yeah. All of the edging. All of the edging just for you. And only for you. Ow. Totally grind your teeth, right? I forced myself to shut up. I believe in you, zombies. Sucks, I'm sitting here waiting and I'm not even a thought. Oh, that sucks. That's like, I feel like that's a whole different like topic of like that's like when you like look at your Miis right now in Tomodachi Life, the new one, and like one of you sees you as like a close friend, but you only see them as like an acquaintance, but there's obviously factors for that, right? Eating us is what I like to do every day, all my life. I need to reply to her. It's been 2 days. Zombie. Duskies, hi. Okay, where are we going? Is this like a save point before we keep continuing? Like, can we come here, unlock the tram, and we could come back here from the tram? Oh, I can show you the physics. I just turned it down so it wasn't I don't think I can turn it on from here. I have to be, I'm so sorry. Display graphics. I'm so sorry. It's low. Yeah, it is my fault. Blame me. Blame me. I'm so sorry. Oh, now you made me look at her hair. Now I want to restart. I'm joking. Do I go all damage? Let's go all damage. I'm about to show you a helmet in a set. I wish you would wear me like a helmet. I'm sorry, that's so crude. What? I don't know. I might save. Wear you like a hat? Do it. Maris, yes. Also talk like a tortoise, so I'll try to get my talk, but some friends are coked up ferrets. Hi, Breezy. What's shaking, girly? How's it going? Let me see if I can make her. Let me appease your hair needing fantasies. I'm good. How are you? What you shaking your tail to? I'm hungry though. Even though I just ate breakfast like 2 hours ago, I'm hungry. Guys, Breezy's W streamer. You should check her out. She's really fun and to talk to and super chill. There. I'm having a taste. I've been thinking about burgers. I've been itching, man. I have some lean beef, so I could like make some. Does that make you happy, Wolfen? It looks way more textured than she. Burger. Yeah, yashi. An improvement. So I have to. Should I? I'll just destroy my frames and upgrade everything. Like that. How is her fucking hair destroying me this bad? Wait, is there? I really truly have to buy a whole. If I put her shit on the max, I have to buy a new graphics card. Maybe. Do I have to restart? Or did it save where I was? I mean, that's much better, but oof.
What the heck is this?
Maybe it's a lunafilament printing error.
Whatever it is, it's in our way.
Still kind of stiff though.
What now?
Taking aim! You move! Starting hack! Yeah! Look out!
Maybe I can turn off my VTuber and then and then turn this game up on crazy. Well, it's probably because I have lower graphics. I don't know though. When you miss your favorite brand new game, so it can be it can be demanding. That's the other thing too. It's brand new, so.
All on-site locations has been disabled. Please complete a manual reboot of the power plant controller to fully restore operations.
That's a one area. Aha! Maybe I do have to turn her hair down, guys. I can't see shit. Help me, Doge. It all hurts. Oh, that is true. To be fair, I am playing on PC. Unoptimized games in 2026. I miss Vixie. I can't save. Oh, shucks. At least it only hurts at 10 frames a second. Real. What's funny is you can't change the graphics in the game. Like, you have to actually...
Don't look now. We got something.
Goldie! Jobka.
Hey, you're not bad at this.
Jobka. Thank you so much for 11 months. That's so many. So many times. Leads to the lower lamb chop. Tram stop. Why can't I read, guys, today? You see spawn render turning to explore the cradle. Okay, so you can leave to upgrade. I am gonna lead.
We can use this to go back to the shelter.
Where and how? Like this thing right here?
We can head back for a breather.
Okay, but can we return there? Yeah, it's kind of... I had this kind of like small issue, but I played around with the Resident Evil graphics stuff a bit, so I was able to like get a good like grip on it. Why? Let's power up our stuff, guys. I'm only going damage, girl. If you thought I was optimizing my health, girly, think again. We're saving this thing for another gun upgrade. I am not gonna stop upgrading my gun until I could one hit. Not to show off or anything, but what? Show us that butt. Give me that butt. If I'm sorry if you're watching the highlight to the stream and it's ass. Followage. Oh wait, where's my followage? Follow it. Where is? Wait. You're supposed to have that. Where did it go? Wolfin in the swimming pool. Wow, thank you, bot. You were ready to like you were so ready to like flex on some bees, but leave it be hanging. There you go. 4 years? That's almost a year. Wouldn't you agree? So wait, you could like, there's percentages in this stuff. I wonder if there's some side. Oh, so we did unlock an area. What? So what does that mean? Look, there's like a question mark is 0 out of 1. Is that, do I actually need to go back and like investigate to find that something thing? An IQ too high? Maybe. I kind of want to go back for it. Ghosty, you're here. I know you are. Ghosty, I know you're listening to the stream somewhere. Where are you? Ghosty, 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 Ghosty. If I say his name 3 times, he'll come. And was I actually? Oh, you're so sweet. This is back in the Elden Ring times, right? Oh my god, I kind of want to play Elden Ring again. Okay, guess he's not showing up. I thought he would. Let's take a peek around. It's not like it's that big, like, of an area. I'm just curious to see if it's something, unless it's like a later thing. Oh no, you came on DS3 modded? Convergence? Was I doing the Convergence mod maybe? I sometimes struggle to get into the Convergence stuff because I can never tell if people like me playing modded versions of games or whatnot. Addie, what the heckies? Addie, hi girly. How are you settling in? Is everything good? W, thank you for shouting out Addie. Have you seen the Elden Ring mod that is just all of Morrowind? Wait, no, I need it now. Thank you. I miss you, Addie. I hope. Addie, I want you to come to the local con that I'm going to. Gouged my foot. Where would it be? I've gotten this, right? Do you find new armor in this game? I don't know. I have this because I think it's like a special key that I got for the game. Like the pre-order edition or whatever. Oh, that's her. We can be bees. We can. See, I'm seeing this. Like, that looks like a collectible over there. Maybe? Does that look like something we could get to? Okay, Miss Millionaire, God. I'm not a millionaire, I promise. That's done. Maybe I guess I'll return here later. Maybe it could be a later thing. So I'm not seeing how I can move things or where I can move things. But when Ghosty comes back into chat, we can ask him. I fucked up the hack. Oh well, take a baby hack. Dope. I want Addie stream soon. Addie's gonna be a full. Yo, how are you settling in with the new job? I hope it's going okay. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Oh shit. we need more panels.
First one down.
New? Wait, new weapon? Shockwave gun, attack unit specializing in frontal suppression that fires powerful close range. So a shotgun. Just call it a shotgun, my guy. No, I'm joking. Unit schematic registry. This unit can now be printed. Oh, so I don't get it. Wait, I can. Wait, how do I? W. Mucky Kitty, I love you. Oh my god, my frames hurt.
This friggin' thing is tough as hell.
Dude, this game hates my computer.
Jump to. Shoot it where it's weak,
Dude, my game hated when this guy spawned. Holy. Oh, this might be a tough game to run. That's gonna be so depressing. It is an egg with legs, Mr. Power 3. I don't even have like the high textures on. Don't make me take off my VTuber for this. I'll literally crash out. Must be pairing with the VTuber. What? I did though. That's what I did. Ghosty, you came. We had a question.
Something's aiming at us.
Good work. Get off.
I heard you. Did you hear the question we had? There was like a. There's like areas in the power plant, but I had like a 0 out of 1 on a yellow thing. Is that something I could have? You heard my catch. I heard it. Mauled? Oh my god, damn, dude. My fucking fault, bro. Gee, I'm joking. Oh, cool. Why did that fail? Aim fire. It stuns them. Okay, you. Okay, mate, I can do what?
Emergency lockdown for this area has been disabled.
What did this bit just say?
This again. I feel like a damn rat in a maze.
Come. I mean, I knew you would come, but you've come. Just get this over with. I have. Come.
Jump to.
One sec, I'm sweating, I'm sorry. So there's a lot of music, that's fair. Smokey! Shockwave gun. So these guns are like, those guns are printable. Like you have to like, after like the one ammo, it's ogre. Firemind, hi! Hi, Steven, how are you? Oh no, rest Smokey.
That was 4. One more to go.
Oh my god, she can count.
Running messed up here.
Definitely can't go that way.
Okay, I want to like access up there, but I feel like I need the stairs or something. Why are you giving yourself a sugar rush? Does it feel good? I'm on the sugar crash. I ain't got no fucking cash. Maybe I should take a bath, cut my fucking brain in half. That type of a sugar crash? No! I want to know what a boss fight is like in this game. I think that's what I'm mostly excited for.
Back off. Step off.
Imagine Images really puts a picture in your mind. You're so funny. Oh, I didn't. About that hack.
Now it's my turn.
Jump you.
That's that.
That one's not that good at long distances.
Yes, Loki Fireman, thank you for checking. No actual sugar rush. I know. I took ibuprofen to drink some coffee. Oh my god. Wait, what? Wait, what?
Detected nearby.
Good work.
Bro, I so pressed control to dodge.
Be careful.
Oh my god. I almost actually died there. The game knew I was bad at jumping. What are those? Gonna host a team hangout to just posted about it. Oh, wait, that's so cool. Wait, thank you for telling me. You're so cute. I appreciate that. Do you know what time? Or are you just are you looking for people's like schedule? Coffee makes painkillers. I'd love to know like the reasoning behind that. Oh, thank you. A repair kit. I don't even know how to use it. Start at 8 p.m. EST. We get a fat fish that catch a VOD. Oh, okay, hell yeah. I like fishing. Me working club, also picky about the music I listen to. What is the DJ friend play? How do I get out of here? How do I get? Am I trapped? Where do I go? I just walk up to this thing and oh yeah, that would help. That would make sense. Use your super. I did it. Doge. I'm super knowledgeable. It's Kima. They usually do trans. Ah, trans. Do I like trans? YouTube. Trans music. DJ maybe just Is this trans, guys? Okay, I vibe. It's a vibe. It was vaguely transy. I'm trapped. Wait, did I actually trap myself? Alright, that's enough chance. Have you been to Kaleidosky? I don't know. It doesn't sound familiar. If it's supposed to be familiar to me, is it like a world or an event or? Wait, I want to get back on the other side. I'm screwed. I can't get. I'm hurting. I feel like I should reset real quick. Rue, if you ever met her. I don't think I have. I don't think I know who Rue is, sadly. Oh my god, am I supposed to know all these cool names? Oh my god, guys, I'm actively failing my job in real time. I'm about to get a let go letter. I'm getting a let go letter, guys. You will? Okay, W Rue. I need a heal, dude. Wait, so now I'm stronger. So weapons, what are these? Attacks units are high class, but I can only print performance skills. Okay. But these are only printed weapons. That gets upgraded. I actually want to upgrade these because I think this will make me access some other things. Wait, where's the... Oh yeah, this one. What? So do I get to keep that? Equip it at the... Wait, did I upgrade it or print it? Oh, I printed it. If you press F, you upgrade it. Okay. I'm starting to think I might need defense. But we could be psychotic. You know what they say is a good offense is also a good defense, right? Boob. All gun never get hit. Just think if somebody's done a no-hit run. If somebody's done a no-hit run, then I can do it too, you know? Where's the printer? Where's the printer? Oh. I feel like I'm bad at this game. It's going well, Left Zone. How are you? Are you over something because I had a fever? No, I'm sorry, sweetie. 8 p.m. Eastern time. What is that for me? That's Oh shit, do I have something that... I might have something in the evening. I might be able to hang out for a little bit though. I'm gonna try. I think I gotta see though. I need to figure out where that is. Wait, you woke up now at 9 p.m.? Wait, where do you live again, F-Zone? Without, like, doxing yourself, obviously. Like, what? Where is it at 9 p.m.? Is that Germany? Oh, we said at the same time. I'm actually a little bit smart. Contrary to popular belief. I forgot to push it to the green. Dude, a gun is actually OP when you start upgrading this shit. When you start upgrading this gun, it's actually OP. A fellow, yo, W Germany. I'm meeting a lot of people from Germany, which is actually kind of cool. I don't know what y'all got. I thought that said ERP for a second. Oh my god.
Emergency lockdown for all on-site locations has been disabled. Please complete a manual reboot of the power plant controller to fully restore operations.
That's fine.
That was the last of them.
Okay, I want to drop down there.
Something's aiming at us.
What is? Where? How did it find us? There's also a couple of yellow squares I want to grab real quick. Yo, W Germany. What's the best German food I gotta taste? Do you guys have like a German dessert or a German meal that's like OP, as they say? No! I felt, but where is here? Whoa. Wait, what is here? This is like a whole ass secret. I accidentally stumbled across. Oh, that's there. Try schnitzel? Okay. I do like the gummy bears. I think there's better gummy bears than Haribo. Hot take, maybe.
No, that was James, the captain. Those two, plus Ken and myself, were sent here to the cradle. They were my closest friends.
Friends.
I hope she knows what friends means. Haribo's German. They are really good. Albanese gummy. Oh my god. Shit, I would pound back some gummy worms real quick, real fast right now if I could.
Dropping down here somehow leads us back up to the top floor.
Maybe there's an elevator up ahead.
My favorite candy are Cholobites. They are the collectibles of video. Whoa, what? That sounds cool. That sounds cool.
Hugh, look. What's this?
Does anybody remember those the soda candies or whatever? Like you'd have like a mug looking thing that's supposed to taste like root beer, like it's a chewy candy.
Only got half of it here. Ah, okay. Printer's busted. But the data here looks all right.
The ocean. Water everywhere.
Kind of hard to.
I think that's what they were called, Silent. I kind of miss those.
I'll whip you up a new one.
Really? I want to see.
A cute small space some days. This can be given to Diana in the shelter. Wait, do I have like a friendship meter with Diana? Guys, that's how the good ending and bad ending are determined. If you end up being friends with Diana, you get W points.
Nobody here either. Damn. I gotta hurry and contact Earth.
Why? Well, I know I was told to contact Earth, but like, should I also be worried about my friends too? If they still, and apparently they were discontinued in 1999. Xylanth, that we are old, Xylanth.
Nah, I'm good. Kinda hard to get bored keeping up with your chit chat.
What is this? Hardened suit? Increases max HP? Oh, it's mods. Okay. Yeah, sobs. Sob, 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 sob. We could regroup because let me just check the immediate surroundings. Oh, there's this door too. What's in here? Because then I can see what it's like giving her that globe. A Betty Crocker candy? Oh my god. Betty Crocker. Oh, I have now a second slot. I want to use the toilet. No. What do you think? What I think is a German drink? No idea, bro. Genuinely, I don't think I know any German drinks. Crocker? I hardly know her. What am I supposed to guess? I can't guess something that I don't know. If I don't know the word for it and stuff, you know?
Are you gonna upgrade your gear?
Yeah, but I have a world to give her. Give present. Fanta? Shin Fox, when do I get to play hide and seek with her? Okay. A robot with, okay.
Oh, I'm gonna give it a spin.
Okay, spin it. Not sure, it was so random.
What are all these lines? I don't see those on the real Earth.
Yeah, because it's actually flat. Sorry to burst your... I'm sorry to burst your butt. I'm joking, it's a joke. I have once more, I'm praying. The M in May, it's not maternity. Well, I guess so. It's maternity, I'm praying. is today. Well, the month of May. Matto, how is the rest of your game? Was it W or was it L? It is maternity. It is a freaking scary go. Very. Oh. You're playing Resident Evil 2, which I absolutely. Are you gonna go through all the Resident Evil games? Guys, Matto's a crazy cool streamer. I adore him. You should check him out. What does it mean when she has an exclamation mark?
Lots of REMs. REMs are
What do you mean?
everything we.
Well, being up here.
I wonder if REMs will make me feel better too.
You gotta play. Where's the suit stuff that I could like upgrade? You got, yeah. I've never really played Resident Evil 1, but Resident Evil 2 was the shit, and then I started continuing. Resident Evil 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 6 up.
Fun fact for everyone, Fanta was made in Germany during World War II. Fanta was made in the year 1940.
Where do I upgrade my art, or is it just a permanent upgrade? How do I mod myself? Maxwell, how do I mod myself? I don't know. Closed. I want to drink Fanta. Fanta, 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 Fanta. Mods you. Do you know how to do mods? Am I just dumb, Shin? Did I not get a mod? I swear I did. In the oh! Oh my god, I'm so sorry, Shin. I'm so gay and dumb, Shin. Oh, I'm almost done this level. Fanta, Fanta, my friend Fanta, orange flavor, and much more. Oh my god, Matto, you make me so hungry. I'm just gonna eat you. Order a flippin' burger. I could. Apparently I'm a delicious, according to who? Roxy, why order a burger when you're just right here and all I need is just two butt? I'm joking, Roxy.
Now the main problem area.
No, I'm sorry.
Here is what's causing physical.
What is this? Hacking nodes? Yellow have a special effect to trigger? Oh, they're just limited. They lower its defense. Wait, that's kind of cool. Caligato, how you doing? Thank you for the lyrics of the delinquents. How they know, I have no idea. Well, somebody told me the other day they had They had like a deer burger. Like you could actually eat deer. Just 2 buns, just needs your meat in the middle. Damn! It's gone, Addie. I gotta take it away. I was too powerful. With a dick, I was too powerful, Addie. I had to be nerfed. Venison burgers are so tasty. You're so tasty. Just use your... That's insane. That's insane. Cappy! Oh, Cappy Steve, I love you, Cappy. I was playing something with capybaras the other day and I loved them. Oh, thank you, Addie. Thank you so much, sweetheart. Dude, whenever we see Cappy, we all shit ourselves because Cappy's like a wild, soft cutie.
They have given 35 gift subs in the channel.
You rarely see them, but when you do, you're like, I love them so much. Oh my god, perfect. Dude, last night I made my chicken wrap so big, it was busting out my... Sorry.
Now it's my turn. It's okay. We'll get another shot.
Yeah, go on. I don't want to use the defense thing on it. That's what I'm trying to... I want to use the defense thing on this guy. Oh, I can't jump when I'm hacking. Am I dysfunctional? Guys, I think I... Okay, you can continue a hack. That's why I felt weird. No, I put too much in my wrap, Roxy, and I went to roll it up, and it was just not fitting. Oh god, I failed that hack. And so I had this like half wrap that's just like gushing out. I was so messy. I wish you were there to eat it. You are absolutely dysfunctional. Okay, I'm glad one of us admits it. Sobs, or both of us, or I don't know. Look, I'm winning though. I'm fingers together. Yeah. It was like burrito size, but oh, it was so good. I'm happy you encouraged me to eat that wrap, Roxy, because I made the shit out of that wrap. Why does this feel like a boss fight room?
Use that one up close.
Girly, I know my god. No, I'm joking. All right. Oh, there's another defense hack thing. I'm gonna absolutely destroy this boss. Just wait. Okay, I'm gonna absolutely shit on this boss. And feel Fenny, not by the hair of my Fenny Fox Light. Fenny Fen. Alright, let's kick some ass. Oh, one more. Hi, Fen. How you doing? Foxy. Thank you. Dude, does she have a headband that has a scratch in it? Like they do in Naruto? Oh my god, it does have a scratch in it. That would mean she abandoned her village or whatever. You know, they put a cross in it to signify she left the lightning clan. She's a weeb. 50%. Guys, I know it probably hasn't aged well, but I've been getting the itch to rewatch some Naruto, even though they do all my girlies wrong. Even though they do all my girlies wrong.
Unregistered guests are forbidden from this area. Initializing sector guard protocol. Scanning.
Oh shit.
Targets identified.
They do soccer around. They
Looks like we're gonna have to fight our way through. Get ready.
They do Hinata a little bit dirty, but she's actually a little bit better.
Any idea what the hell this is?
Holy shit.
So it's not one of your pot buddies? Then I guess we can just go in blasting. This is my turn. Where'd they get all those missiles?
They were made with Luna filament.
Lucky us, right?
Is he hacked? No, he's not hacked anymore. Metal Gear! It's Metal Gear. Uh-oh. Unleash a critical shot apart. Oh. Whoa, look guys, look! Holy shit! That's gonna be sick.
This ain't over yet. Leave the shooting to me.
Be careful.
Oh, I blasted it again. Is that Diva from Overwatch? Bro, Diva's my favorite character. I love her. Oh shit. What is she gonna do? X? W, when the hacking gauge fills, Diana's ability overdrive protocol can be activated. When used, it opens nearby enemies, immobilizes them briefly, and deals damage. Press X when the hacking gauge is filled to activate. ED2 all night. Bro, this is sick. I'm shitting myself. I'm shitting myself right now. Oh, you played this game too? I didn't know that. That's so cool. Oh, I fucked up. There we go. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Take this.
Again. Oh, that's so hot. That's so hot. This game is so good. Get shit on your ass.
Yeah, baby. We did it. This is how we say good job.
Whoa. Oh. Oh, my heart.
Well, let's just take it back.
That's I love her. I'm protecting her. Oh my god. Is this game long, guys? Did you Matto, how long did this take you to finish? Out of just curiosity.
A new destination has been added to the tramline. The mass production array is now accessible.
A mass production? What can I mass produce? Okay.
That should take care of the cradle power problem.
12 hours? That's not bad. Honestly though, a AAA game, right? One of the few AAA games that are actually really good.
I'm gonna get a better look.
Wait.
I'm slow though. I'm a bit slow. I end up yapping. I'm such a yap streamer, so I end up like chatting to chat and.
Hello, we are Cabin, your
Oh.
companion for all things shelter.
Companion, huh? So where you been all this time?
We believe you have a shelter license key in your possession.
Look at him.
We wanted out the giant bot.
GG Capcom. We freaking love Capcom. Whoa, that reminded me of.
Inquiry. We have been, let us say, asleep, but that device woke us up,
Oh, did it?
leaving us available to offer you our wide range of invaluable services.
Dude, right?
For shelter level 1.
You could be your like Matto, you could be your VTuber and go to like cons as your VTuber and have that little robot walk around. It's you. We have the technology. The shelter is equipped with a level system. Okay. See, it's like the robots in Japan that like an actual human is controlling them from behind, but it has like a different little cute anime face, and they can press buttons to move them and whatnot. What do you do anyways? We're a modern AA game that went. What if instead of another girl? Yeah, we make it actually good instead.
Experience with our newest service. Introducing Cabin Stat Club. Exchange cabin coins to unlock.
Remember, that's how games used to be, or Silent, like when, I mean, for everybody, for instance.
This gratuity for first-time crew. 1 cabin coin.
Oh, thank you. When you released a game for like the Nintendo 64, the PlayStation 2, the, you know, Super Nintendo, that kind of shit, and when you released your game, you had to make sure it was good. You like triple checked bugs because there was like you didn't have like a go back and remake button or like update button like that. It was all in a freaking cartridge, and that's what it was. I went to a VTuber con and there was a stall with the screen and I thought it was a video of the VTuber playing, but I said, "Oh, these are so cute." She said, "Thank you," and I shit myself. That's so cool. Shit, I want that. I want that, dude. How I'm showing up at my local convention. How I'm trying to show up in my local convention. What is this? Walker bot will be uploaded to the. Wait. It like just explained it to me. Karaoke, oh my god, Matto, are you in it? Oh my god. But it's my local con and you're like so far away, Matto. So how about for my con, Matto, I carry you around on a screen. And then for a con that's closer to you, you carry me around. And we'll act like we're famous too and everything. Like, oh, you don't know Dear Matto? Like, he's the biggest VTuber talk at the moment right now. Maxwell, what's up? Zanata, why are you sad? Yes, view operational summaries.
We are honored to provide one of our greatest goods.
Shopping red district zone to get that. So if I get a bit, if I get one bingo, dude, that blackout outfit is actually genuinely sick.
We are honored.
Sector bot.
One of our greatest goods.
Wrong chat. Don't even worry about it. I love it. Now I want to go visit the chat you're in and say yes to that. No, I'm joking. I wouldn't do it. But I love them. I've done that before. I've accidentally went... Oh my god. I went into Buff Pup's chat one time. And thinking I had clicked somebody else. Luckily, they were friends. But I was just like, hi, this person. And Buff Pup was like, hi, this person. I'm like, no, oh my god, I'm so... And she's like... No, let's go. It's her stream now. But she made light of it. It was really funny. It was really funny. It was... I almost like... But I like died of embarrassment that day. I was like, I did not want to be seen. I love saying hi though, Maxwell. I'm being a hungo dirt. I hate a whole pizza. You ate a whole pizza? Is that allowed? Is that allowed? A hacking note that interrupts... You didn't use something saying, oh, wait, is that just like a permanent? Multi-hack would actually go really hard. Abilities, critical shot. I don't have those things. I don't know what I'm gonna eat today. I have my store-bought pizza in the freezer, and I still have leftover chicken that I need to eat through. Because I just get chicken for myself. Repair, mod slot would be dope. Oh, it's unlocked and now it has a performance. And increases hacking buildup. Oh, increases hacking buildup. I want these, honestly. Multi-hack? And decode. Is that like something I could just have? Or is that a mod? Oh, it's a printed thing? I feel like I've been bad. No, don't feel bad. Are you like trying to like be healthier? I need to see. It's not a mod. Is it a weapon? Equipped hacking nodes. Oh, they have uses. Well, how do you... Oh, does it appear on the thing?
Let's head to the...
Okay, I understand it now. I might as well prefer fully up, like... I was hoping that was just like a perma buff that I got, like I could multiple, but it looks like it's something I have to like. Okay, that's kind of, it's okay, I guess. Come before the storm. What? What do you mean? Sniffs your whole ass? Not if I sniff your ass first. No. Hi, Nefari. How are you, sweetheart? It's good to see you. Pretzel stuffed crust? Holy shit, you went all out. What does that taste like? I'm doing well, Neffies. Thank you. I'm sitting. No. Are you local? Let me come take care of you. Let me bring you some soup. Let me make a homemade soup for you. I'm 3 hours local. Glorp slam. Fuck. Pretzel stuffed crust sounds so good. I've been doing so good on my diet though. You cannot break my diet. I have cheat days though. I am allowed cheat days. So it's tempting. I've been doing so good. Oh, you're supposed to, but you got a job? Wait, hey. Go where the money is, honestly, these days.
Now we can go to the cops tower.
Guys, I'm gonna open up. I'm gonna open up a cafe in Canada. And it's gonna be a robot cafe. It's taking inspiration from the robot cafe in Japan, and hire people with disabilities, and or like maybe people who can't like walk or stand or anything, but they control a robot and can serve people through that robot and provide them with stuff. Do you only hire protogens? Yeah, that's the robots. The Roxy, that's the business idea.
Hey, wait.
That's the robots are protogens.
No, come back.
Diana.
Guys, Roxy, W idea Roxy. I'm going into business with Roxy.
What are you doing? Are you trying to hurt yourself?
If I break, you can just fix me back up.
No.
That's not the point. You have to be more careful. If something happened to you, I'd be in real trouble.
In real trouble? Why?
I mean, well, you best think on that yourself.
Bro, his dad instincts are kicking in. Cujo, hi lovey, how are you? In what Canadian? I'm in the province of Alberta.
Oh, we got cats.
It's kind of dope here. It's kind of dope here. I think I like British Columbia a lot. Like, I'm such a Western type of person. I like British Columbia, but British Columbia got stupid expensive. My heart also lives in Ontario too, as in like, two provinces that I really like are Ontario and British Columbia. I'm still kind of fresh and new to Alberta, but like, I won't lie, Alberta has like, I kind of have to love Alberta because I've got an amazing doctor who has helped me through like everything, and like the people are really nice. The weed shop I go to, like, one of the main workers is like a non-binary person. They basically run the place, so it's like super cool. They're like queer as shit. I love them. I completely get. Oh, that's right. I'm in the Bundesland Nordrhein-Westfalen, Westphalia. That's in Germany. I don't know, and I feel like I've grown as a person in Alberta too. I've started like trying to be healthier. I miss my friends though, and the other like. My bestie lives in Seattle, so like I kind of miss Seattle. Not that I lived in Seattle, but I visited there and I fell in love with Seattle. I fell in love with Seattle, just the downtown area and being with people. I'm with my bestie. Absolutely love Seattle. City too big? That's fair. I can understand that. I guess I didn't mind it per se.
Where?
Oh, you're on the other side of the bay? Oh!
Right in the middle.
I want to see Seattle. It's gorgeous, Sonato. I went to Anthro Northwest. Oh!
Looks a bit like New York.
That's pretty!
Is that a place on Earth?
Yeah, in America.
So many lights and signs. I can't decide what to look at first.
I feel that, girl. You would love it though. I went to Anthro Northwest, Sonato. Beautiful, beautiful con. beautiful beautiful hotel that they were in. Nothing but a good experience in Seattle, genuinely. Oh my god, these are where my frames would go if I had any. What's up, Maxwell? If I don't have anyone here. Oh, that's fair, that's fair. Cujo, oh, Wilson, hi. I keep forgetting to press C to scan shit. I'm 12 hours local to you. What does that mean? Is there such thing as assassinations? Oh, never mind.
How you like this?
Oh my god, this area hates me. Okay, I killed the robots, so now I've got my frames back. I just realized that's what the game's premise is all these like AI robots are stealing your frames. And the more you end up killing, like if you kill... What? I do miss Ontario though a little bit because that's where my family is. And W family, honestly. My family's pretty W.
This area has been secured. Mass printing will resume shortly.
Mass printing?
So that's how it is?
Edis isn't very nice, is it? I think we need to disable the lock codes on the local access beacons to reach the...
Oh, I see.
So where to?
I don't know.
What the shit? Oh, that's terrifying. Especially when it's taking every of my frames. When it opens up my face. Holy choppy.
It almost had us.
Yeah, nice moves, kid.
Bro, that's what it's called, the frame eater. Oh my god. I'll try to figure out a way to optimize this game a little bit better. I'd rather not get rid of the VTuber, but I don't know. Slightly fills Diana's hacking gauge. Was this where I was? I'll open your face and eat your frames. Please do. No, but what if I get hungry after you eat my frames? The riot blaster? Knockback stuff. No, don't put it there. Wait. Oh, can you only choose between the two? I'll buy you fries. Stop. I want fries. We'll figure out a better way. Fries sound good. An unlimited amount of fries.
It's more like your average.
Dude, people for their weddings want... People for their weddings want open bar. I want open fries. Fries should be free at a wedding. Not just kidding. Everybody's getting a joint and they're able to smoke it in that area. And we'll all have a good time.
It's okay. We'll get another shot.
Let's go. Yeah, I got you, Roxy. I got you, Roxy.
There's a bunch of balls all lined up.
It's a mannequin. They're made to look like humans to show off clothes and stuff.
A free weed would be. I'll get you free weed, Addie. Open fry bar, different kinds of fries and different. Yeah, the mister is like, I now pronounce you Pandragon and wife. You may now pass the blunt. That's like,
humans got a certain.
That's such an evolved way to marry someone, Silent. Is hitting the same bong or blunt?
Just forget it.
Like, we've evolved as a species to be allowed. We should be allowed that. That's amazing. Oh my god.
You're going down.
You may now blow pot smoke into each other's mouth. W. Oh my god. Patent that idea, Roxy. I'm just... What is this wedding? Meow. What is this wedding idea? Oh, it's the Roxy way. You know, instead of the Aki way, it's the Roxy way. Meow. Whole new kind of shotgun, right? Extended breach. Open enemies stay exposed for 15% longer. Oh, it's a mod. That can.
Come.
Marky, how you doing? It's good to see you as always. Good morning.
Come.
There's a tower right there. We gotta.
How are we gonna reach that beacon?
I don't know, but I feel like I've found like all the secrets to this level. Stop. I need to figure out a way to make this smoother. Because if I ever have to fight more than 3 enemies, I'm so screwed. Elusive! I thought that said shitty Pandragon. Alice, yo, it's good to see you again. Elusive, you're a butthole. Give me all of that. Lots of multi. Yeah, I'm doing well. How are you doing, Alice? There's this. Guys, my gun is gonna be so strong.
That unit can bust up groups of bots. Now we can hack a bunch of bots at once.
Now we can hack a bunch of bots at once. I love it. Ow. Oh my god, I died. It shitted on me. Wait, try again. Instead of tomorrow. Oh, it's Mother's Day. Wait, is it, guys, when is it Mother's Day? Is it Mother's Day in where and when? Tomorrow? Oh no, I have to text my mom. Guys, and I have 3 moms. I have 3 moms. because my mom decided to get into like they're all I have 3 moms. That's what I said, Zeldy. Lurky said, "Are you okay, baby Shork?" Baby Shork, baby Shork, do 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 do, baby Shork, do 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 do, baby Shork, do 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 do, baby Shork, shake that ass for me, Shork, do 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 do. If you message them all, I'll just like call and say hi, or maybe we'll like FaceTime or whatever. You died in that mission. Should you upgrade your health? No. I need more damage. Damage equals strength. Zeldy, it's so good to see you, by the way. I hope you've been doing well. Oh, I have to check something. Ooh, hell yeah. Okay. Close this. I'm just closing background processes. What do you mean, Wolflink? Who gave you permission to shit? Okay. Mother's Day is in about 5 minutes. Oh shit, do I have to restart the level?
Slow it down.
Oh, I'm cooked. Nah, give me the multi-hack. I'm super curious. Nibble, please do, but really. Like, how are you doing, sweetheart? It's good to see you. Alice! Ouch!
Stop skittering around.
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Chilling. Chilling. Killing. Oh yeah, double Alice's. Double Alice's.
Be careful. What is that?
That's that.
I'm gentle. Oh, okay. Sorry. I didn't know. I can't type.
James was calm and collected, just like a captain should be. Ken was a real goofball. Nicholas was always angry with him.
They didn't get along?
No, we were the kind of pals who could speak our minds, no sugarcoating. In a word, friends.
Even when you're angry? Friends sound complicated.
Bro, friends are friends. Oh no, that thing is walking around. Oh no, and I have to fight it. Oh no. Oh no. When I look away, it feels good. When I don't look away. What do you mean? Oh, what you do? You guys are silly. Can I fuck this dude up? Oh my god, I'm so scared.
Right on. Get to it. It's over.
W. Oh, that looks so good. Wait, I want to go into the cafe, but let me guess, it's 3D printed and I can't eat it. Another one.
Be careful. What do you have? Ah!
Oh my god, I don't have enough.
We did it.
Ah! Oh, what is that emo thing? Hills up on my wait, up on Hope's head. All right, pats. Which one? I don't know. I think the third one is silly and cute. Was there an actual save point here and I didn't realize it? I actually oh my god, I low-key missed this part. I think those are like save points, right? If I remember. Yeah, Wolfling. I love it just as much as I love you. This is my sheet. Let me say, Sammy, what is that emote?
The mannequins we saw had a. Why was every mannequin wearing something different?
Because stores gotta keep
Ghosty, what is that emote?
chasing the latest trends.
I want to try on lots of outfits.
Go.
Really? What kind of styles are you into?
Well, what do you think would look good?
What was your goal? Oh, for me to say that?
You?
Graffiti, what is that emote? I'm so y'all are silly.
Somebody left their dice here.
Yeah, but we got no time for dices. Get on the damn train. A good story. Hi, I like your name. I'm playing on standard mode right now. I think like an easy, if you are looking for chill play, you could always just play it on beginner difficulty or easy or whatever it's called. And then just like enjoy it for like the story and stuff like that. I haven't hit any crazy intense part. It's heavy on the PC. Oh my god. See, it's how it's like barely loading for me. Why is this area dangerous? Oh my god. Oh, don't. It is chugging it. I want to see something. Like, I wonder if I close my VTuber. There we go. I'm Sonia cute. What else is there? Oh my god, oh my god.
Here it comes! Look out! Yay!
Stop skittering around.
Jump, Q! Get ready!
Now it's my turn.
I need my frames back.
Jump, Q!
Let's do this.
I won! Yay! Hope you are dangerous. Thank you for the lurk. Yeah! See, that was a fun fight. That was a fun fight. Unlock the shopping. Okay, so what does this mean? Do we get rewarded for it? What is that? Upgrading equipment to a higher level of function? Oh, that's part of the other upgrade stuff. So you do a little bit of the challengey stuff. And you're rewarded with upgrade stuff. Cool. Oh my god, I'm annoyed because I had to restart, like, it's restarted this level.
It's my turn.
Although I like when you hit those guys because they don't move by. Those guys do way too much damage. I hate them. Maxwell, I'm mega dangerous. You don't even know. You don't even know. Wait, Resident Devil 3. Why does bro look like the Time Crisis dude? Not the Time Crisis. Time Splitters. That's what it's called? W game, by the way. Luckily, it's owned by the same company. Oh no, what are you gonna tell me? I'm scared. I'm a fuerte. Me, when I tell my friend I'm going to the Czech Republic, Pragmata. Hi, Alex. How are you?
You really were the lesser of the two. You ruined this.
What does that mean? The lesser of the two, what? Explodes. No, I did that. I went down here. We died down here. Okay, this is where we died.
You're going down.
Look at how far it's charging.
Okay, this part's a little sucky. Just with the choice of enemies they give you here.
It's over.
PG, thank you for the headphones. You're the best. You the best. How do I destroy this tower now? Oh, we did it. Okay. Oh my god, I need that many more towers?
This is gonna take forever. Can't we just pop them all at once?
Yeah.
They aren't connected, so I don't think so.
Oh my god.
This person really felt like they were on Earth. This is not for me.
Why's that?
Well, it doesn't necessarily look like the moon, but
Whoa, more upgrade stuff too. I'm head patting you, Pagey. Why did I call you? Oh my god. I just completely missed the...
Got it. Does Earth really look like this?
I'm tired of it. Are you that sick? Oh no.
Nope.
Usually the
I was
best...
left in sleep mode for so long.
You were left in sleep mode?
Woke up, the boat was all messed up.
must have been the quakes. There was no one else?
Nope. Nobody.
Nobody. Graffiti, thank you for the alert, cutie. Why, yeah. Get some rest. Oh my god, I hope we actually don't have like a stupid pandemic again or whatever. Where do I go? COVID was a trial run. No, we'll be okay. I seriously do not have time for another pandemic. Streamers are gonna start rejoicing if there's another pandemic though, because that means people have more time to stream and watch. But no one will have money, so we'll all be just broke and hungry. COVID was fun and annoying. I hated getting it, and it's sad the people who died from it. It might actually be a bad. We're so not gonna be okay. Wait, what if wait, Silent, you might be onto something here, Silent. The symptoms less bad. How do we figure it out? How do we get a cure then, or a treatment? How did we do it for COVID so fast? When 10 meter, okay. So the shotgun's gonna slap on that. The shotgun? But I heard Hope is jealous of the kid in this game because the girl is taller than. I'm not that small. Oh my god, but look. Oh, Reese, look at this spicy BBQ burger. Oh, beef patty, only $5.99. I'm not teeny. Oh. I would make sweet love to that burger, romantically and everything. Oh my god.
That's convenient.
Thank you, Mr. Replicator.
Me too, right? Oh my god, how has it already been 3 hours? I'm so tired of my streams going by way too fast.
But no cats this time.
Why?
What, why?
On the side of a bridge going after it again. Got it?
I won't do that again.
Good.
Swear.
You
Say.
said, best think on that yourself. See, I can do that.
Wow. Word for word.
Because I wrote what you said to my memory course.
Let's return to shelter. But I'm worried I would have to redo literally everything over again. I mean, I could speed run. It's not that hard. I just think, like, I have 2 major upgrade cores that I don't even know. Thank you. Like, abilities, these guys. Critical shot. Unlocks when an enemy health is low. Yeah, see? And in fact, unless press control rate preferred to temporary slowdown time. And I'm able to get both. W. And these are just perma chips, I think. They look like it. Based at the shelter accessible by one long unbroken. It takes us back here for some reason. The shelter. Node spawn rate. What does node spawn rate mean? That means it happens. Oh, it's an increased chance for 5. Oh my god. Ew, I burped again. Alex, I miss you. Come home wherever you are. And are you proud of me, Alex? I've been only upgrading damage. Because why upgrade health when I could just kill them first? If I kill them first, I don't need to worry about them hitting me, you know? What is this? Oh, that's the, like, data. So proud of you, thank you. Okay, see, this is where I'm gonna get sad. Close, yeah, we'll put the close quarters on. I'm gonna get sad. Like, is it gonna put me back? Oh no, okay. Intercom passage, so it's gonna spawn me near there. Oh, I'm ready for the next boss. I'm ready for the next boss. It's like how I want to be the bossy. Okay. What am I doing? Going down. Why am I vocal stimming as well either? Weapons? What is this? A charge piercer? Armor piercing? Unaffected by range, it excels at striking from afar. Show me it.
Charge that before firing for best results.
Oh, okay.
Look out for its targeting sensor. Overdrive protocol on standby. Move, you.
Yeah. That's so bad. Oh God.
Look! The big old piece of junk again.
What does that mean? What does that mean when his face is like that? Oh, I need to hack it. Wait, yeah.
Take this.
Oh. Was that not hot? That's so, I'm shitting, but oh, wow. I hear that emote. Is that you when you're sick, Alex? Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Where does this lead to? Oh, yes, Maxwell. How can I help you, Maxwell?
You're going down. It's over.
But I'm in bed, so I'm diving. No, it's okay, sweetheart. Increases hacking range? That's intense.
That mod lets me hack from farther away.
That's intense. I mess with it. I fucks with it, as they say. Again. Again.
I can see a beacon over there on that.
Where? Ugh, I have to go there? But why? What's down there? Okay, let's go to the beacon. But we'll have to check what's down there next.
Get ready.
I owe you one.
Overdrive protocol at the ready. Missile spotted.
Can she hack the missiles? From coming at me? That's cool. Oh, DDS. Okay, that's another tower down. Oh my god, we have 3 more. Oh, wanna, yes or no?
We're already halfway there.
What's the catch? Is there a catch?
Did you hear that?
No, I didn't. Oh, it's an alarm clock. Oh.
Getting close to snack time.
Do humans Humans really need to eat more than once a day?
Yeah.
Energy efficiency doesn't seem good.
Sure, that's fair. But sharing a meal is more than just recharging.
Oh.
I was an orphan, so at dinner with my new family, just having someone that listened was magical. It was all kid stuff, but they were always there. Talking with someone who just accepts you for you is a kind of nourishment, but for your soul.
You can get nutrients from talking?
Something like that.
I have to kiss my favorite person. Makes out with myself. I'm just... Did I do it right? I'm sorry, was that rude?
Intruders detected. Please remove them from the premises.
Look out for its targeting sensor. Aiming at us. Missile spotted.
I would pay to have better aim.
Take this!
Not rude, just crude. Oh, I keep using. I was using the wrong gun. Oh my god, I need a heal.
Now it's my turn.
Be careful.
Yeah, finisher. Oh, Denji, thank you for the lurk. You're super cool, dude. Love, 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 love. More? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Why is there so many? Thank you for the hug. Oh wait, I have overdrive hack. Oh. I'm gonna be addicted to this game for a while. The combat for me is really fun. I absolutely love it. I'll take the multi-hack and then we could... How? What do you mean failed? What do you mean failed? Hey. I swear I was hitting the right letter. How is I'm doing as I love it, so V.
We can do this, Hugh.
It's like bringing out the mother feels in me, and I'm like, oh. Wait, I can access here. Oh shit. How are you, Sophie? I miss you. A slide.
Sure is. Let's take it back to the shelters.
That's some good stuff. Don't let it
Oh.
get away.
Stop skittering.
Here it comes. Look out. You.
What am I supposed to do with it?
Lost it.
Ah? I'm surviving. I like hearing that you're still around.
It's my turn.
Here it comes. Look out.
Stop skittering around.
Where are my frames? We have the goofiest and we're so stop, Marky. I'm gonna cry. You're so sweet.
Here it comes. Look out.
Pick it up, kid. Nope.
What's this? Am I still here? I know, boo. I know. Mizuki, oh my god, it's good to see you. We are loving this game. This game, it needs to be optimized. What the check about does have explosive diarrhea? W wish on them. My time with the enemy is 20 meters away. Okay.
What weapons that would work with?
We got multiple mods now. Hell yeah. Sophie, thank you for the lurk. I love you, Mizuki. This game is massive W. It just doesn't really play nicely with VTube Studio. So it's a bit tricky sometimes. Wait, I know here, I think.
Got it.
I think. Tower hunting, looking for the towers. Oh, I'm running out of boost. Thank God there's no fall damage, or else that would have been trouble. Oh, a data shard. Okay. I think we climb up then. Wait, can I even get upper? Like up higher? I think I need to get up higher. But I can't use the normal stairs. Oh my god, no. You have to like go all the way. Oh. Wait. Solution. Yaha! Yaha! Oh, that's a callback. I miss Legend of Zelda games. I get that crate. I feel like I should because like a crate peeing on the it's a stasis Is it possible? I would say so. It's like watching gameplay videos of a game you like don't own, but you're like, oh man, like If I own this game, I would play it religiously. It might just be like vibes too, like getting addicted to the vibes around the game or the community around the game. That's one cool way to look at it. Why? What game? I'm already addicted until I was about to ask. I'm like, which game is it? Tomodachi Life, I can understand. I should play more on stream. I think that would be fun. Do I want to go back to power myself up? I guess, but the game has to let me teleport back. Yeah, I could totally see that, Mizuki. You're probably not alone in that either, honestly. And there's probably a lot of people who kind of enjoy like watching that. Is my game broke? Oh, no. We have a load screen.
So, what should we do?
Oh, we got a new toy for her. Wait, yeah, let's place her new toy down.
Getting nutrients from
I got a present for you. Look at this slide.
Hey, can I give you something?
Yeah, of course.
Thanks for talking to me all the time. Ta-da!
Oh.
Is this supposed to be when we first boarded the tram?
Uh-huh. I drew it.
Oh.
Look at that. You wrote your name, too. Not half bad, kiddo.
What do you do with this? Should I climb up it?
I love her. He has a butt face. You're a butt face. Yeah, she's like an AI.
I wanted to slide down together.
Oh. So it's AI. Cancel her immediately.
I wish I could go faster. Maybe I could use your thrusters sometime.
Oh my god.
Not happening. These things aren't toys.
Jeez, I was only joking. I know that.
Swear.
Sure about that after your track record with cats.
W. My primary unit is maxed out. Yes. Oh yeah, hacking damage. Yeah, I thought Mizuki was just saying a joke. What else? Oh, because I discovered the charge piercer, so I can print weapons out. Still needing to find a use to print weapons because honestly, I've been able to find what I need. I can buff them up though, that's the thing. I'd rather, wait, what is this? Hacking node slots. Oh, so we can have multiple node slots. Actually, that kind of sounds... Yeah. Super yo, Joshy, how it been? What it be? What it do? Bark, bark a woo. So good to see you, Joshy. So good to see you. Moo! 30% faster self-defense. New outfit. What is this a mod? I feel like I should score at least a bingo. Ooh. Yeah. I love you too. How's your day going so far?
For your patronage.
My pleasure. Yeah, shit. Oh, now we're closer to the second boss. Really long range. I have short range. I feel like the long range hack is gonna be so much better. How far is 20 meters though is my real question. Nice and sunny. Ooh. Ooh. I want to go to the beach, guys. I miss the beach. Let's have a beach holiday together forever. You're a God, why don't you come sunbathe on me then? You're a beach. Joshy, it's Roxy. We love Roxy. Roxy, stream again. Be a super popular, famous streamer. No? Don't throw me.
One more to go.
All right, it's all downhill from here.
Oh my God, who's at it? It's Vega. Oh my. Lurk. Mwah. You get smoochies at least for lurking. Thank yous. Is the last tower down here? Hopefully. Hopefully. Yeah, I have yet to meet them in VR. Wait, Roxy, what are your pronouns? He, they, all of the above, none of the above? I don't know if I ever asked you your pronouns. I don't think I saw them in the bio. He, him, okay, got you. I am free. Free? Have I been here? I feel like this is the bridge I built at this nearing the start. Yeah, I think that's the bottom. So where's the tower? Oh, it's up there. I see it now. The final last tower is over there, and we have to figure out a way to get there. Hope, want to know what my pronoun? What are your pronouns? Why am I scared to find out your pronouns?
Wonder what would happen if we turn this on.
He, she, it, they, non-binary. Yeah! The cabins I find? What do you mean the cabins I find?
Use that to fool bots 100% of the time. Maybe.
I've been shitting on lots of people, if that's what you're wondering. That's cool. Yeah! This. I'm gonna say, did I? I'm shitting on them, bro.
Get ready. Go, you, go!
Take this!
Majiv said to go on full trans. I don't know if there's like such thing as like full trans or half trans, but I think I get what you mean. I don't know if I like the implications of like full trans versus like half trans, but bah, transcend. You level up. You level up. Are they consider like? Do you mean are they considering? It's like the final stage. Yeah. Youch! Oh, a CRT TV, Zanato. Hope, one sec. Okay. Is she like considering certain like surgeries? Just gonna put on one thing, okay. When will you point it out? When will you point it out? I can't wait any longer. I'm joking. If you head straight by that yellow thing. Okay, hold on. Here. Whoa, this?
Where'd the wall go?
It was just a hologram.
Might be more of these things around here. Stay sharp.
Dude, how many are there? Oh no. Yeah, right. I want to collect some old shit. So that she comes up. Dude, I was so upset, Silent, when I went under for bottom surgery. I completely forgot. I had planned to say to the surgeon before I went down, is it too late to rub one out really quick? Granted, I also worried that what would like happen if I said that. No, I do know. But when I promise you, oh my god, the biggest +2, right? The biggest thing that sucked about that was like the back. It's the anesthesia, because they put it in your. It's not It's not general, it's something else. But it goes into your back. And it makes your whole like lower body numb. It's fucking insane. But by the time that happened and the doctor like held me because I just leaned into him because he was like, try to relax. And I'm like, I am trying my best I can, but there's this fucking like needle in my back that feels like it's just pumping shit in me. That's really I know, but I forgot. That's the thing. General versus local. I forget which one was mine, but I had forgotten. So the next person, whoever gets bottom surgery in this chat, you have to carry on my legacy. Called children. I'm about to birth you. You're such a bottom. How does getting bottom surgery make me a bottom? You guys get surgeries to become a bottom?
Let's do this.
With a hot dog in hand? That would have been so funny. I don't like that. It's in the name, Hope. Technically, if we're being scientific though, Joshi, it's called, polite, it's gender reaffirming surgery. And then if we want to go the full, like, blown medical name, it's vaginoplasty with the canal. Grabs you by your face, Joshi, and throws you across the earth. So you land in another country. No, I'm about to bottom you in a second, Alex. Wait a second. Wait, you can look up a video. I'm gonna just tell you right now, a video is a lot to look at. I couldn't watch the video. I skipped through that. I was like, nope. I know it's gonna work out. I don't need the video things because I'm gonna fucking puke before my surgery. Nerd. That's a cabin. Wait, oh, these? Oh yeah, I've been gathering them. Bow bow. Bow 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 bow. Bro, this game is free to play and free to win. It's crazy. Where am I even going? I actually genuinely don't know where I'm going. No, that not fast. Is that not fast travel? What do you mean? No, no, they don't do that. Don't listen to Alex. It is fast travel. The noise? Cujo, I love you. Oh, what is that noise? No idea. I've heard that maybe 3,000 times before coming to the stage ghosty, and I had no idea what that. I thought it was just weird freaking sound effects. Oh no, I'm gonna have to go. I might go back to my. Can I? It's glass. What is this? Oh, another chip upgrade. Oh, it's Luna. That chip is bigger than her.
Diana, don't.
Hi, Luna. How are you? How was your stream, sweetheart? Thank you so much for the raid. Did you have fun?
See how it works. I should be able to break this down.
He just ditches it?
I'm gonna try something.
You know this kid. Oh, Mizuki too. I can now break those things. I can break those cuffs.
How was that? I want to do.
Hi, Luna. Yeah, I had fun. Good. I'm glad. Big hugs. Thank you so much for the raid, sweetheart.
Glad to hear it.
You can't break those cuffs, sir. Oh, no, stop. I'm gonna cry.
I'm counting on you, kiddo.
Roger that.
Please learn to play the game. Yeah, I really enjoy playing NTE. I hope they take out some of the yucky stuff in the game though.
Quick, look at the monitor.
Turns out she's a protogen. I'm gonna cry.
It's attacking humans. Why? Where is it us? Why isn't it doing anything?
I love her.
What happened to these people? You know anything?
Alex, can I have kids?
Can't believe we haven't found any survivors. Not a good sign.
So she can break these things now, right?
Fast work. I appreciate
W. Okay, but I'm not paying child support. Oh my god, please help my frames. Where did they go? Someone find. Thank you. What is that? What are those? Yeah, I'm just gonna deal for a little bit until I figure out like multi-hack. Oh, and sure, defense hack. I thought I gave her the fucking multi.
How you like this?
I take after my old man like that. No. I wonder how much child support. Probably not a thing to question actually on stream. Never mind. Forget I said anything.
Stop skittering around.
Overdrive protocol initiate.
I probably wasted the overdrive, honestly.
Let's do this.
I missed. I missed again. Oh, I'm so awful right now. Nice. You win. I love you. How are you, bestie? That's my bestie. Fun time. Yes. I'm having a fun time and a good time, and I'm happy to see you. What is that face, Maxwell? Is that the last tower? Yes. Oh.
We did it.
You're doing
I hope you're doing well, dude.
You're doing great, Hugh.
Oh, I can break all of these now. And I get shit for breaking them. Okay, we should probably go home before we like super proceed. Let's just check. Yeah. We might as well go to this little fast travel point here. Ticket Siki, what? +3? Yeah. Okay. There might be stuff for it. Plus it gives me like free health and stuff like that. Ooh. I want it to be nap time. Good night, everybody, after this next boss fight.
I'm gonna go play.
Oh, I got her a planet thing.
Been talking.
The CRT TV. Hi, Para, how are you? Yeah, I've been not sleeping well the past couple of days.
What a bulky looking monitor. It's like a box.
Gemini girls. Yeah, everyone get into bed. We'll all go to sleep.
Watching TV is fun, but it's also kind of boring.
Felt though.
I thought you liked TV.
I do, but when I'm watching it, time just drifts away. And then
Me after I binge watch anime.
I just feel like I wasted a bunch of time.
It doesn't help that the show lineup here is so thin. At least on Earth, waiting for the next week's episode is something to look forward to.
Ugh, I don't want to wait.
I know the feeling.
Bro, remember when we had to wait to see the next episode of something?
There it is.
That's an insane thought. I forgot what that life is like. Dude, I had the newspaper TV guides to make sure I could... What is this? Defense units are a class of weapons? Oh, yeah. That... Oh, what a wild time, guys. Yeah, remember? Bites you. Now you guys are actually, we've gone from that to now you guys watching me live, chatting with you guys, actually talking to you guys and shit. Right, Silent? I remember turning to channel 3 to stop, Roxy, it's true. I did change it to channel 3 to play on my Xbox or like even less. Oh my god, that's so funny. Help. Channel 3 to freaking play video games. What a wild time. I'm sobbing now. GG's, guys. Girl, was it? Okay, it was then.
That's so weird.
What, does GameCube make sense if I say GameCube? I remember having to change it.
What happens if the new tree... Could you get sick?
Some do. Yeah.
I just remember when I spawned.
Well, I've got
When I spawned,
I'll probably...
you know when you gain consciousness? Because, like, sure, I was alive for 5 years, but I don't remember those 5 years or whatever. Like the 5th year, I spawned in, my consciousness spawned in, and I magically had a Super Nintendo, a regular Nintendo, and I think we got a Nintendo 64 after. I don't know. This is Sniff was the last RF Coke. Oh my god. What a, guys, what a time to be alive. I would like that to charge faster.
To provide one of our greatest goods.
So it's at the mod.
Maximum. Glad we could be of assistance.
But man, I think there's just better mods at the moment. Overclocked weaponry. I guess over close quarters. Yeah. I'll equip these. There. All right, is it boss time? There's some sexy OG consoles like adding. Oh, man, I want some old shit. I'm so upset. I sold my old. I guess as kids, we never really thought about it. Well, I didn't really think about it at least. But like, I sold. Like, I always traded in my older consoles to those gaming stores. Like, in Canada, we had Microplay, but it was basically the same thing as EB Games. But we traded in our consoles to get the new one. And I'm just sad because, like, now 34-year-old me wishes I had my old, like, GameCube, my old whatever. Equip these nuts. Guys, you want to know what happened last night? My best friend, okay? You know him. Sometimes some of you know him. Ghosty Goobat, you'll see him in here. Let me check the time. He texts me 3 in the morning Eastern time, so that's 1 a.m. Mountain time for me. Hey, what's the name of that one pirate game that you wanted us to play? And you wanted to get back into it? And I was just like, oh, like Sea of Thieves? Yeah. And then he voice notes me in Discord, see if these balls fit in your mouth. I was so upset. I'm literally laying in bed trying to go to bed. Oh, you're 34. That's so cute. We're close, right, Roxy? Right?
Emotional damage.
Pretty much. I actually dodged on my. I'm almost 41. What was your, how do the 40s feel?
This is my turn.
Didn't he humping noises get just getting wiser? Oh my god.
Is that it?
True. Real talk. I heard Roxy's mega cute. I've just voiced. I've never actually been. Oh my god! I don't think this is the most. Roxy, I've never been. The last time I was in a voice chat with you, it was like business.
The gate's gone.
But
Where are we? Let's get to that tower.
wait, I kind of want to like look at these opening stuff. I don't know why I said. Oh, it's because I meant to. But knowing of Roxy, I agree, Para. He's cute. W Roxy. The R in Roxy stands for W. Para, you're sweet too. You're so cute. I'm not cute. Oh my god, I have that song in my head now. The whole like, I'm not cute anymore. Da da. I'm not cute anymore. Do 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 do. Steps on you, Zanato, but like not in the way you want it. I just realized gotta be careful about what I threaten people with. Because somebody's like that, what is it, the Leonardo DiCaprio meme when he like flicks and whistles and he points at the TV? Like, that's my fetish. The robots have gotten uglier since it landed. A little bit. Hope to see, wow, you're seeing. So, okay, I almost forgot, Roxy. I kind of have plans that fall right around that same time, I think. So I might be able to squeeze a little bit of time. I completely forgot. Depends what I want. What's what I want? I want your face. I'm gonna try to swing it though. Let's get another bingo.
Oh yes, this is one of our more popular items.
Silent. Sorry.
Enjoy your purchase.
That's so good. Sorry. I just read that and died. That's so funny. It's so true. What's happening gonna do? Well, I was gonna step on it, but I'm scared. And you're gonna be like, why are you scared about stepping on my face though? Because you're gonna be like, oh, I actually like that. LOL, haha. I can't threaten anybody these days anymore, you know? Dude, I'm actually getting OP, and it's only chapter 2, and my character's like OP. I just want to give these weapons because, wow, I can't talk. Okay, so I'm about to get like an upgrade. So I might actually save because my base is gonna upgrade real soon. Oh, I don't need to talk to you. Sorry. And I might as well save these points because I'm gonna be buying newer upgrades. I want to make sure my friend is still streaming in the background because I want to raid him and squeeze in some time with him if he's playing more. He just did a re-debut today. They're playing Far Far West. I actually really liked Far Far West. Ewan is super cutie. Uh-oh, Ewan so freaking cute. Ba 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 da ba ba da ba ba da. What is that?
Greetings. This is Edith. Enacting attack protocol. Permission to commit acts of controlled violence? Granted. Eliminate this excess
Whoa.
of our pristine home.
I think you are. I might be biased because you're my bestie, but you know. Oh, ew. Oh. I feel breedable. What does that mean? What is that? That's terrifying. Oh my god, its butt is big.
This day just keeps on getting worse.
Look out! Get closer, Squirrel!
Don't squish me! Don't squish me! No! Samuel, you can't get. Oh my god.
Damn red things again. Add them to my list of things to smash.
I need this. I need the charge piercer. I have quick charges up too.
I can't hack with its antennas up. Be careful.
I actually. Oh.
Shoot its antennas. Hit the front antennas.
I'm hurting so bad. That was such a W quick shot, guys. Wait, is it stunned? Oh no, I just have a free hack. It's closed up, it's closed up. That sucks. W. Next. Oh, let's go, let's go. Damn. I mean, sleepy, that pizza's kicking my ass. It's nap time. No, did I die, dude? That sucks. It's fun. This boss fight's good though. I like this. Throw me in again, Captain. Throw me in again. Oh, I forgot I have super hacks. I keep forgetting I can super hack it too. Why are you squishing me?
Let's take a break.
I'm triangle not to pass out, same brother. Go nap though, if you need a nap, silly. I squish you. What, or do you want me to scream? Ouch! I'm not kid anymore. Do-do. Boop, boop, boo, boop, boo, boo, do, do.
Way too big. That's against station regulations.
I skipped the opening scene.
Big thing like that, we should try to keep it tracked.
That's quite big. Impressive.
It is kind of big, isn't it? I see that. I see that. I got you, girly. Moo, Lemony. Give me the face squishes. I love them. The Lemony. Hi, sweetie. I hope you're doing well. I forgot to check in. Now you remember. Okay, I finally got it. I can't wait for my channel points. Yo, you're a fun streamer? I love streamers. I should follow you. Thank you for the face squishies. I'm finally a streamer, yes!
Get away from the blue circle! There's something in front of us.
I missed.
I can't track its antennas up.
I feel, what is that? You can't just say that. Since it's been a while, so I had to get a better setup. Oh, but you have a better setup now, right? That should probably help with like confidence at least a little bit. Explosion! Are you sure about that? Oh, I dodged into one. Can we do a super damage thing? Now we can do a super damage thing. And just go for it, do it. If you need company, like, you can always, like, ask your friends to, like, join you. Like, even if it's just in the chat or hell, I'd be curious to even know when you start up. Oh, I can say it. Oh, it closed up? Is that a is that giant protogen pregnant? Roxy, he kind of looks like you IRL. Oh my god. Oh. Whoa, that's so badass, dude. Bro, you didn't say it right. What did I say? Pragmata, sorry. There you go. Are you happy now? I thought I hacked you, bitch. Yeah, on his balls. Yeah. Oh, lickies, Lemony, lickies, all of the lickies. I know, girly, but like, if you could see the kind of situation I'm in, honey, you could tell that I cannot get to his butt sack. Oh my god, if she says that one more time, I'm gonna lose my mind. I had it once. Bro, I'm gonna lose my mind. Average child interaction be like, got him.
Take this.
Lickies, Maxwell. Did you say lickies? Oh my god, lemony lickies. Yes! I snuck in a quick shot. GG's, guys. W. My girly dudes. Oh my god, he looks scary. Oh.
Accessing local control matrix. Initiative.
Oh shit. Damn, dude. Timo, thank you for the lurk. Oh.
I fell down again.
Hey, don't sweat. Teammates look out for each other. And we're a team, right?
Oh, my heart. Oh. Hokage. That's why she's dressed up like that. Oh.
We can do more things at the shelter now.
Yeah, but first I gotta get in touch with her.
Okay, let's get in touch with Earth before we wrap up then. I'm assuming that's right here.
Empty. Same as everywhere else.
Well, I'm gonna send you a cheeky follow, Lemony. There. Licks Hope's butt and face. You don't even know where my face and or butt has been. Doesn't that scare you? Isn't that concerning?
Man, eat us again. I can't do anything. Or can I? Let's see. How about here? The Pterodome? And we got these other stops as well. There's gotta be something there we can use.
This is my...
Okay, transports. Yeah. Wonder if they're still online.
I can't. I like to live dangerously. Ewan, you're so... Ewan, you're gonna break my brain because you're so innocent, soft, and sweet.
I'm so glad I found you. Who are you? It's me, 8.
Who's 8?
I borrowed this little one to contact you. It's good we found each other.
You're a survivor?
Yes, I was caught in the moonquake, and I'm trapped here.
Yeah, but
There's no way out.
Edis or Idis blocked us. That's the, like, evil AI that's, like, getting its hands all over the station and stuff.
Must get to Earth. Oh, please. There's no time.
So I think I have to look for another station or connect to a station that, like, where Idis doesn't have.
It's like she knew you. You two met?
No, you're fine. The comms tower was the connection, but Idis interfered and still has control over, like, that. All those there's those red circle things that I think I need to link up.
Well,
I think.
there's something going down. Let's go find out what.
But I was able to access the areas that I cleared from Idis. I'm able to, like, access. I feel but they blocked my comm out or something. You think I know I completely understand because you think, yeah, the main point of contact I need to free up is here. You do think that I should be able to, like, any comms to, unless there's, like, a main central unit that could just, like, interfere.
Head to the Pterodome and help 8.
Shelter license key authenticated.
W.
Functions have been added to the cabin system.
Level 2?
Upgraded. Central terminals now loaded with shiny new stuff. REM replicator Gamma now online and ready to
I need to find more of these stuff too. Lemony, what are those? What's the eyes for? What did I do? Or are you just happy to see the upgrades? In your hacking mode? Wait, what? Open. Boosting the damage of your next attack. Oh. Can be equipped with the... Is this a mod thing that they... Is that like one of... It doesn't look like one of these though. I kind of want to save up for my, oh, I'm gonna start needing like actual things so that, what is the auto hacking is insane. Oh, it's it takes some of your alt ability. Object scan. Wasn't I able to do this? Or does this allow me to see more? I just thought they're like cheap. I'm just happy to see you. Oh, you're sweet. So now she can object scan. We can bot scan. Wait, ability, attachments? Oh yeah, these are well, that's stuff for me. That's stuff for me. Abilities, critical shot. I might as well. I actually really like the critical shot because it's kind of like an instant kill on some enemies. I'm curious about offense mode. I'm gonna buy that. It's been printed, ready for use. Okay, so it is something you equip at the thing. Give girl snackies. Yes, I will.
Wait, since when?
Since we play both.
I see. The person who made that REM put in a little extra to cheer us up.
Okay.
See, I want to tell the person who made it that I liked it a lot.
I love big dice. All right. Oh, what is this? What updates do these have? Upgrade limits expanded. Oh, so I can keep going. Oh, if only I saved the points. If only I saved the points, I would have poured it all into these, like my gun. Dude, the gun carries. All right, friends. Would you hate me if I logged off? Is it okay if I wrap up? I wanna check on my friend who's doing a raid debut. I wanna raid into them and celebrate. I never forget. No, you can't cry. The game quit so fast. I need to pee too. It's okay. I'll miss you. This stream felt like it went by way too fast. Lemony, don't explode. Only cheek squishies. Do it, piss girl. Thank you. Guys, one of my close friends, V Ryuket, is doing a re-debut, and I want to give them some lovin' before they finish. I might even join them for a couple games. Ah, there's so many. Thank you. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I think I like this game, guys. I think I really like this game. This is my new game. I'm gonna try to figure out a way to make it like smoother. But yeah, thank you so much. I have to, Maxwell. I'm sorry, guys. Tomorrow, don't fret, don't be shy. I will be back tomorrow morning. Death Stranding 2, which I'm absolutely super excited for. I'm already in love with Death Stranding 2. Yeah. I'm happy. I'm happy. I hope you're happy. I adore you all. No, does it? Wait, all just watch a part of the VOD that's muted. Because like Twitch will warn you. Or like show up to the stream and just like mute it, I guess, and don't watch. I don't know. I'm trying to think of a solution. Sometimes they say if you watch like a clip or something, it'll save it. That's FOMO shit. And so that's why I have the check-in. That's why I have the check-in, guys. It's not like you could do anything with the Twitch streaks. It's just like bragging rights, I guess. All right. let's go say hi to my dear friend V. I want to celebrate with him. I want to give him some love before he ends stream. Thank you so much for joining me today. Guys, was this a W stream or an L stream? Rate the stream. W, yes. Roxy, later, cutie. Ah, thank you. Roxy, come play the arena game with me in VR. It's Terrors of Nowhere, but you can actually fight back. No, Steven, I miss you. L? How dare you say L? W. Bye, Steven. Keep being the best cow Lucario there is. I don't know, I wasn't paying attention. Fucking it's not enough. You're kind of hot, Paigey. Oh, happy re-debut or happy oh shit. Oh, re-debut. Maxwell, not emote. Use any emote. Use my emotes. Use anyone else's emotes. Use your own emotes. Whatever. Just it doesn't even matter. You can just, as long as you just wish V good to try to follow him. I can't even talk anymore. Help me, guys. Thank you so much. I'll see you guys soon. Okay. Behave yourselves. Bye. Bye. See you tomorrow, guys. See you next time. Love you so much. Goodbyes.